time travel. This game was graciously brought to me by Forgotten Star on a stream just a few hours ago, and I promised that we would try it out on stream here. So here we go. This is gonna hurt everyone's brain, I hope. That's where it gets fun. And I'm just gonna go and set up the links for everyone who wants to watch the stream. So go here. Oh. And over here, and say add here. Playing 5D chess. Boom. Alright, and with that out of the way, we are gonna learn together. I have never played this game, so I mean I played chess quite a bit, and I would consider myself a bit of a chess veteran. But as far as I understand, this game is not just chess, at least. It's 5-dimensional chess with multiverse time travel. What does that mean? Well, I don't know. We could read the rules. Quick rules. I'm gonna read out the quick rules here. Boom. Most of the rules are the same as ordinary chess. So far, so good. Your pieces can move through time and between timelines just like they move along rows and columns. Obviously. The past cannot be changed. Moving a piece to the past causes a new timeline to be created. Black Sheep, welcome to the stream. We are learning how to play 5-dimensional chess. Hold on to your horses. I gotta read this out. To complete a turn, make moves until the present shifts to your opponent? What? The present make moves until the present shifts to your opponent. Okay, so you can make multiple moves in a row as well. If you cannot complete your turn without leaving one of your kings, we are talking about having multiple kings across multiple timelines, then you are checkmated or stalemated. Huh. You only need to lose one of the kings in one of the timelines in the past or the present, I think. So you can basically checkmate people anywhere in time to win. You only need to get one of them. Okay. Go try a match versus the trainer CPU computer. You can start with a simplified board configuration, revisit these rules once you have a little bit more context, ask questions, share tricks, and find people who play on the official Discord. And I just joined the Discord to share the link with the stream, and I didn't know that there was one, but there you go. And maybe we will have someone from there joining us. Why can't we start with 3D? I played 3D chess. That's like playing it in real life. That's 3D chess. We have 3 dimensions in real life. 4 dimensions is when you add time travel, and then I guess 5 dimension is when you those time travels you do then causes new dimensions to emerge, which means that you can now not only travel in time but also across these multiple timelines that you create. So it's kind of like your comics, Black Sheep. With all that's seeing my dick. Black Sheep DK is a big fan of comics, I know. Have you played much regular chess? I have played a ton of regular chess. I went to a chess club from I was 8 years old after my cousin had taught me how to play. And I thought, this is what I want to do with my life. And so I started in a chess club. And I played it for 11 years. Gave it 11 years of my life. And then I decided no more. And so then I was still playing a little bit online. And I played at parties. Because that's the kind of guy I am at parties. When I get drunk, I like to play a bit of chess. But I was never really good. For those that would care, I had a rating of about 1,500, 1,600 on a good day, but probably never more than that. So, and now it's probably more like 1,400, 1,500 on a good day, right? So don't expect the world from me, and everyone in the chat is allowed to make fun of me or give me advice. We'll go and do. What if I just go for a CPU match with a random color with the weakest AI and set a selective variant standard? Because it's not enough to have 5-dimensional chess. You also need like 25 variants, of course. chess players like variants to chess, and here we are. That I'm one of them. All right. The other thing was puzzles. Maybe we just go for basic puzzles, just a few. I don't know how interesting these are. I'm sure that the first ones will be somewhat boring, but then again, probably not. This is what the game looks like. All right. Rook Tactics made in 1. So on the side here we have history view, parallel view, and flip perspective. I don't know what that means. What is this here? Undo? No. Parallel view. Interesting. And we can like zoom around, zoom in and zoom out, move around, and then history view is this. Okay, let's see what we have to do here. This is what happened in the past. This over here would be the present then. This would be the last move that happened. So here, the point is to checkmate him in one of the timelines. In one move, is that it? Made in 1. There's one move on one of these boards will result in a checkmate. Let's see, it's not here, it's not there, and it's not... It could be... No. I'm thinking it might be here. Oh, maybe you can send one of your pieces to the past to make a mate somewhere. That's probably what it is. But I'm not sure how that even works. If I select a guy, I can send him... What? Okay, let's try to understand what happened. This guy moved from this timeline here up to this one, so he disappears from his current timeline. Now you have 2 kings down in this one, because, and then now it says what? He's gonna move over and capture it. Oh yeah, he can. So I checkmated myself by moving here, because he was located there, and now, okay, reset puzzle. Fun stuff. Can you move from the past to the future? No. Okay. Good thing. So the best we can do... Oh, and you can't move from one of the past to another past either. So it has to be someone moving from here. Oh, okay. So here it is. No, this is how we do it. No, why can't I move in here? Because in that turn, the rook already moved. I see. What is this button? Okay, that did not... I think I understand what that means. This is showing me where I can move that rook, both in its current timeline and then if I moved it into the past. No, here's what it is. Of course it... No. Well, obviously it can't move here. So the important part is that it cannot move from this timeline here to like this spot ever, because that's not how a rook moves. Rook moves directly, right? And so it can only move to that same tile directly down as it's showing here in a straight line through time. I can't even break the first puzzle. Oh god. Because the progressor started at 10 or so and stopped when the opponent's loss were got a little smaller and smaller. Yeah. Yeah. I had the same feeling. What is this madness? I don't know, man. Okay. This is the first puzzle, and I have no idea. I think it must be... No, we can't checkmate with the king. That doesn't really work, does it? He is here. How can I checkmate him there? I have to checkmate him in just one of the timelines, in one move. I don't see... Can I get some help? I wish to get help. Give me a hint. I don't see it at all. Why can I not move this king here up there right now? This is what I'm not getting. It's one timeline behind. He can only move one space, so you would think that he could move one space backwards into this timeline. But why can he move to this turn instead? I shouldn't say timeline. This is... Oh no, I see. Because this right here is... this is the same turn. It's turn 2. This is turn 2. You can see down here T1, T2. This is T3. He gets a move every once in a while, of course. So that's how you gotta look at it. They mash up the turn so that each player has a move within the same turn. So when I travel back, I can't go to the one where I have to go to the one where he made a move. I can't go to the one where I made a move, because I've already made a move. That's not how you should explain it. I can't move one of the past pieces. Okay, so it has to be one of these guys. I still don't see it. Like, this does not... This checkmates me. What happens if I go here? See? Then up here, I disappear from the board. And I don't checkmate them where I arrived either in any capacity. No, under move. What about this? I mean, this doesn't checkmate him though. That's the problem, right? Here. He can just move there. Move tower to the last time and get him stuck to the last time. I cannot move pieces from the past anywhere. They are stuck. The only way I move is from moving up here. I cannot select anything in the past. So the only pieces I can move are these two. There's not a lot of options. You would think that I can figure this out, but no. This doesn't get him checkmated. This doesn't get him checkmated. I don't see it at all. Hold on. Okay, whatever. Let's go out. Quit the menu. See if I can figure out a different puzzle, maybe. Maybe that'll shed some light on it. Here we have more pieces. But this is easy. Is that it? Made in 2, it says. Submit moves. So then he moves to the past to avoid being checkmated. He moves his king and creates a new timeline up here where he disappears from the one that I just checkmated him in, and is now has created a new timeline up here where he is not checkmated. But then, now I can checkmate him again here, and he cannot move both of these kings away from this checkmate. What's happening? Yeah, puzzle complete. This is... Yeah. Finished puzzle. I got one, guys. Tower from the far right to the far left. Let me go back to this one. I still don't understand how I would beat this one in here. At all. The far right to the far left, you say. How is that gonna help? Puzzle incomplete. Reset puzzle. No, that's not it. If I could move pieces in the past to somewhere else or move them to the future or something, then I would have a move. But that's not allowed, so that's not how you do it. You can always send the king one spot. Like this here was my thinking, that it at least gets us close. But no. Time zones keep up. To the far left time zone here. No, that doesn't checkmate him. Let's go here. Puzzle incomplete. No, I don't see this one still. We'll go and do another one. Rook Tactics 3. Maybe we'll learn something in here. Okay, now it's getting a more complicated setup. I need some coffee. Okay. So the arrows stick around to show you where time travel was done. Do the other timelines, they keep moving forward, I guess. We start with this board over here, then this move is made, this one here. Then he moves down because he doesn't have a lot of options. I don't even know which way the pawns move here. I'm assuming that the pawn would move this way. The boards are also different from normal chess, but I'm assuming that this is because we are in like puzzle mode and it'll be normal chess boards later. Maybe. Maybe not. So then I go over to hit him here and give him a check. Then he moves away, but then we travel back in time to this spot here, creating a checkmate. I see, that's actually pretty clever. But then he travels to another timeline, because now it's not enough traveling back in time. He can also move to another timeline up here where there's no rooks. So then, of course, he's safe. So now I betcha we gotta move a rook somewhere from one timeline to another where he cannot avoid it for some reason. Right? So like, we can only move from present times. So that'll be this tile here and this tile here, the only ways we can move. We cannot move over there. Okay, why not? It can move up to this board here, I see. Because you can make them align like that. And that does result in a checkmate, theoretically. No, it doesn't even, because you could just move away. Okay. And it would create a new timeline where that is possible, right? Let me just try it. I don't think that'll work. Yeah, because it creates a new timeline for him where he gets a turn. And then he can just move away. Puzzle incomplete. Okay. Fair enough. So once again, I am completely stumped here. I can move in here. This one cannot move there at all. The king can move to several different timelines. Same as this one. I don't see how this could result in a mate in any capacity. Anywhere. Because he just moves up here. But so there's two kings here. Which if we could threaten them both somehow, then he can't move away because he only gets one move in that timeline. But you can't threaten both. If you could get like a knight to jump into this timeline and stand here, then he could move one of them to another timeline, but then you would be able to take the other king, and we only need to take one king to win. Once again, I am completely stumped. Okay, let's try making it more complex. Doesn't seem like it would work, but whatever. This is an interesting one. I'm hoping mate in 2. We are playing black here, I think. So, mate in 2, this is a checkmate if I do this. Submit moves. But then he travels back in time and creates a new timeline over here. So the one where we have a rook, there's now no king. I bet you we gotta set it up more, because now I can't do this, obviously. Then he will just take the rook. No? Puzzle complete? What? But white has a move here. Why doesn't he just capture the rook? Oh, because then I can checkmate him. I'm basically covering my own piece here in the next timeline over. Look at that. He can't take the rook because it's illegal to capture a piece where you would then lose your king. So if he tries to capture that rook, I will take it from this timeline down here. Obviously. Obviously. Can we use that in here? You can cover your own pieces through time and across dimensions, of course. I don't see how that helps us here. Unfortunately, if I No, I don't see this one still. We can go back in time. No. No. Made in how many? That previous one, that was 2 turns. This is more confusing than the X-Men timeline. Yes, it is. The other one was made in 2. We can go and look at that one. This was pretty interesting because you basically you do a normal checkmate, and then he goes like, "No, I'm going to another timeline with that king that you were killing." And so then we get this board up here because there's no kings down here anymore, right? So you get to this board up here, which it's completely contradictory. This is my second move right now. I get one move, and my first thought, of course, this is not going to work because he's just going to take the rook. But he is not allowed to make this move and go there because it's covered by this tower down here. So it's still made in 2 at this point. It's checkmate. Because you got to think that you can cover your own pieces across new timelines. Obviously. Finished puzzle. I still am not able to apply that in here in any way, as far as I can tell. It might be that I need to, like, use the king somewhere. He time travels where? He goes from here to there. So if I could make that move illegal, somehow we would maybe have something going. Which if I do this... Ah, no. Yeah, there you go. See, if I put my king here, my rook, it is now covering that tile in here, making that move here illegal. I got it. Haha. No way. Okay. The one thing is solving this one puzzle. Sorry. But applying this to an actual game seems almost impossible. How can we do something similar here again? It's made in 1 in this one here. Yes. I can... If I go... Oh, here it is. Look at that. Checkmate what, you ask? Because he can... because this guy in this position can move back in time and hit both this king and this king. He can move from one of these pasts now. No, I don't even think he could. That's not a legal move, moving any of these check pieces here. These king pieces here. So they cannot move from here. By placing this rook here, we are checkmating him in the past. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, now we go on to knights. So the important thing, of course, about knights is that they go 1, 2 spaces and then 1 to the side, or 1 to the side and then 2 spaces. I don't think I don't know if it's necessarily both. We'll figure that out soon. But that applies to jumping through dimensions and time as well, which is the important part. This is made in 1. Made in 1 here. We can't even threaten the king. So you gotta think... that didn't work. Okay, I thought maybe I was being clever there. So there's only like 3 moves for the puzzle complete. So why did that work? I just moved it randomly to options that I had. That's often that works with chess puzzles, is you only got so many pieces and you have multiple tries. So you just move what you can, and then if the opponent says, oh yeah, then you got it, and then you figure out why. So that's happened here. Why is he checkmated? How can I take his king in any of these? Oh no, I can move this one to the past and take this king as my next move. Like, he can move over here, right? And then I move up here and take his king, and he cannot do anything about that, because he cannot move the one in the past, and he cannot take the knight in the present. Do you need... No. You need to get the time stone from the Sorcerer Supreme to do that. Yeah. Just assume that I already have the time stone, okay? I am inevitable. Knight Tactics 2, made in 1. So I can checkmate him in the past, which means that if you move this one up here, he's dead. Puzzle incomplete, it says. Why? Oh, because, right, when you jump through time, it's the same principle that applies. You can jump one... Let me see if we get this... Ooh, that is confusing to look at. Am I understanding this correctly? Ah, see, it goes 1, 2 to the side, and then 1 into the past, or it goes 2 into the past, and then 1 to the side. Yeah, I knew that knights were gonna break the brain first. There you go. So that doesn't work. Let's try this one over here. That is a checkmate. Let's see if we can understand why that is a checkmate. Excuse me. Where is he checkmated? I wish it would highlight the king that I'm taking. But what we're going to do is we're going to reset. And then we're going to go here and say... Nope. Undo move. Undo move. Like this. That doesn't really help. If it's placed here, unfortunately... Oh, so we could just move him and say, like, he's not checkmated over there. Alright, submit moves. But if he moves over here, then it highlights the thing. Then I can go into the past, two turns into the past, and then 1 to the side. Is moving into the past not restricted by regular moves of the pieces? No, they absolutely are. That right? This one can move 1, 2 into the past, and then 1 to the side in that same turn. Yeah. Or 1, 2, and 1 to the side in the present. Or it can go 1, 2 to the side in the present, and then 1 into the past. Yes. I'm surprised that it can't go, like, 1 into the past and 2 to the side. That's not how it works. It's always 2 in a direction and then 1 to the side. It's not like... You're not allowed to do it the reverse, which is 1 to the side and 2 in a direction, because that would mess it up and make it completely different. But they're not allowing that, are they? Or is that the same? 1 into the past and 2 to the side? No, that's going to be the same. So that is allowed, I suppose. Okay. It's the same way of thinking about it. It does the same in the past if you do that. Yeah, okay. It was here. Submit moves. Finish puzzle. Okay, let's see if we can go for Knight Tactics 3. That explains the purpose of the weird view modes. The weird view modes really help. Yeah, I agree. Now we have a weird puzzle here where it's white's turn down here, but it's black turns up here. And I have no idea what kind of implications that has. This is a mate in 1 with a rather advanced board. It really helps, though, that we can only move pieces from the 2 presents, right? So... it'll probably be moving something over here somewhere, because we have 2 knights here, and I doubt at some point it might be that we can checkmate someone with a king by moving somewhere, but it's not going to happen on this board here. So it's moving one of these 2 knights somewhere. You have to click on the timeline you want to move from first, and then you can select a piece. I could do the same thing where we find the solution and then reverse engineer it. But maybe I can figure this one out. I doubt it, though. I doubt it. So you can go... See, we can travel between dimensions as well, right? Which is this mode here. And then it goes... Let me see if I understand that again. 1, 2 to the side in the same dimension, and then 1 dimension to the side. So that's what we're looking at here. You can either go 1, 2 to the side, or 1, 2, and 1 dimension over. And I bet you that's what we have to do in this particular puzzle. So can I threaten any kings anywhere by moving a piece? Yes, if I move this piece... Oh, and look at that. If I move this piece up here, I am both threatening this king here, but I'm not threatening that king up there because it's not the same at all. And he just moves away because this one is now not threatening that king in there. And it also, I have to think, let me reset that one. I have to think that when I'm moving up here, I'm not going to end up threatening this board up here because that's not in the same time. I'm going to end up threatening the board over here with the next move. So, with that, we now obviously know what to do. Let me click this one again and see if I understand the movement. So it's basically like moving 2 to the side in another dimension. Could I end up threatening one over here then in that? No. I can threaten this king over here, but he just moves that one and then nothing is lost to him. I can move to the past. No moves into the past are possible from this dimension here. Or we can move over and threaten the king in this dimension here. And since that is a past dimension, no, it creates a new third timeline, of course, in which he just moves away. No, he didn't. I'm threatening your king over here, am I not? Puzzle incomplete, it says. He moved here. What? How is that not a mate in one then? I'm taking his king here, but it's his move. This one I don't understand. Like all the others, but here I'm literally threatening your king. And where could you move? He's got plenty of options for moving, but he didn't move. Okay, let's see if we can understand the next one. Mate in 1, Knight Tactics 4. One move results in a checkmate. If I move over here, this seems like an obvious move. It's probably not, but there you go. If I submit that move, he just moves away. Yeah, of course it wasn't an obvious move. It's not. We're not looking for a normal checkmate. We're looking for one where, yeah, I can't put my king in a position to threaten any of his spaces. So like, there's not a lot of moves that I can make. Maybe this one here will allow me to move to another timeline then. It's going to create a new timeline for this one. Okay. No. Undo, reset puzzle. We have to move to another timeline, I'm sure. So this one here, yeah, that. Yeah. Exactly. Because then the next move would be to, let's assume that he moves this one here. It's not threatened, but my knight here is 2 turns later threatening the position of this king up there. Of course. So let's see if we can apply that again over here. We create a new timeline somewhere where we threaten a king that is in the past. That would be the goal, to create a new timeline somewhere where we threaten a king in another dimension. We can only move on this board here. Like this seems like it would threaten... No. It can move up here. Brain hurdy. Also incomplete. I'm still not getting this one. Okay. Made in 1, Night Tactics 5. It goes all the way to 7, this one. Shedrick says, right. If you understand what's going on, sir, please explain it to me. Now we have a pawn, but it's called Night Tactics, so you would think that I need to use my knight, right? Again, we can probably... No. It cannot be taken from me if I go here, but it won't threaten anyone either. How is that? That doesn't solve anything. It's a maiden one. We probably have to use the pawn, even though it's a knight thing, just to see the overlap. Okay, so I'm moving the pawn up here. And he moves away. Let me try again. Oh. Okay, now I've literally tried everything the pawn can do and everything the knight can do. Which means that there's only one left. But then he takes my king. Except, can pawns go into the past? No. Pawns, at least this one cannot. So then there's some spaces over here. Oh yeah, this one. This one will create, if I move here, it'll create a new timeline where my knight will then be in a position in this timeline down here to move up and take that king. I'm assuming that that's what needs to happen then. Puzzle complete. Because then, if he in either timeline moves somewhere, then it results in this dimension, this is a past for him, he cannot move that king, then we take that king. Obviously. So let me come back to the one that we cannot crack. It must be traveling to the past somewhere. But these cannot travel to the past, so they want me to go cross-dimensional. Maybe we can set it up so that I can come back to this board and take the king, but I don't see how that could be done. This would be the one. Excuse me. This would be the one. No. What happens if I do cross-dimensional travel, but don't go into the past? It also creates new timelines. Okay. Puzzle incomplete. But I swear we had one before where I checkmated him, and I'm not understanding why that does not result in a checkmate. Where's that one? That was this one here? No. This one here. I am not understanding how this does not result in a checkmate. Because you can just move this one. He has plenty of options for that one. You got this, thanks. The timeline with a white arrow is inactive and black doesn't have to play on it. The timeline with a white arrow is inactive and black doesn't have to move on it. White arrow. You mean a white border? Let me see if I understand that again. So you saying I come up here with a white arrow. He doesn't have to move on it? He can choose to move on one of these two boards from this position. Is that what you're saying? And then what happens to this one down here? Is it just forever not inactive? Like he never has to move here. I can only have one board. Just trying to understand the game mechanic here. I thought he had to resolve all of the timelines where it's his turn on his turn. When I pass it to him, the rules said that you had to resolve maybe just one of them. It's inactive until black creates a new timeline. Okay. Oh, no. No. It must be dimensional travel that we're looking for here. It's the only thing that makes sense. Up here does not put anyone in a checkmate position though, as far as I can tell. Puzzle incomplete. Now I'm going to the reverse engineer kind of approach here. Let's figure out what the solution is and then figure out why that is a solution. Maybe there's an option that I'm not seeing somewhere. It's again, it's not the king anywhere, because the king cannot even get close to his king on any other boards. That cannot be it. Puzzle incomplete. Ah yes, the only thing that makes sense. Dimension travel. I'm loving this. It may seem like I'm annoyed, but I'm not. I just wish I was smarter. No, I'm not getting this one at all. Alright, let's try another one. Made in 3. Whew. Okay, but at least it's a simple board. So we gotta set ourselves up. This is how the real game is gonna go. It's gonna set yourself up multiple turns ahead to somewhere, do a jump later that will result in you taking his king. And I think I have an idea. We move knight here, then there. And then in the third move, I can move two turns to the past and take this king on this board here. In this turn. I don't know how else to explain it. But it didn't work. Why not? Because if I go 2 turns to the past with this one here, I can go to this tile, but not that one. Okay, because 2 turns to the past is not 2 to the side then. Right. Reset puzzle. So I need to be in 2 turns, I need to be either here or here. Can we make that happen? No. Ah, but here's another idea. But if I move over here, oh, maybe I can do a past jump. Here, we have another move after this one. Wow, there's so many layers to this. Just with one piece there, it's gonna create so freaking many possibilities here. Okay, you know what? At this point, I'm getting really anxious to see how a game plays out. Let's go we'll just go and get destroyed by an AI. CPU match. Train is the weakest one. Stand out for Ryan, because oh my lord. Yeah, just play. Okay. And we get a full board. Okay. So, this is a normal chess game. Sure, and I'm black. It's also an interdimensional mate. No need to create timelines. Yeah. Is that a hint? Because I'm not getting it. We did that in one of the puzzles already. And I thought I grasped it, but I didn't see it in any of the other puzzles. It's fine. Let's try a game. We'll take it slow and understand what's going on. So far, let's just see. So far, I understand what's going on. Look at that. Yeah, chess is easy. Now I'm gonna make a standard chess move, which is to move one of your middle pawns forward. Good. Submit move. he then chooses to do a time jump because we couldn't have a normal game here. Right, this is easy to understand. Can I see what happened, like more in detail, like parallel view? No, history view. Oh, then it removes the arrow. Okay. But he moved this knight back in time, has created a new timeline up here, where there's now 3 knights, and the one he left has 1 less. I can choose to move on one of the boards in one of the presents. The thing that really confuses me is that I thought that the presents would be aligned, but we have multiple presents, and therefore we are operating on multiple turns, both on turn 1 up here, where I haven't made a move yet, but he has basically gained an extra piece, so obviously on this board he's favored. I don't think you should think about it like that, but nonetheless, that's what it's looking like. And then while over here, I have developed my board more and he has lost a knight. But zoom out, he says. The present. The present. So this is the present, but I can move over here, yes? So I can, are we considering this the future? As he says, mate in 3 if white blunders. Well, that's true for normal chess as well. So, well, I bet you there's more ways to do it here, like 10 or 20 more ways, I'm sure. Like, I can think of ways to, with a little bit of thought, I could think of ways to set my opponent checkmate if he made the moves that I wanted him to move, right? Of course, he's gonna try to prevent, the trickiest part is gonna be trying to prevent them from setting me mate, because I'm not gonna be able to really see where that's ongoing. I can move through time with... No. This one cannot move. Can I not move on this board at all? Huh. I can move on this board, yes? Submit move. No, I cannot. I see. Oh, there's something that I did not understand. Aha. You cannot move in the future. There's only one time. Now I want to go back to the puzzle, but I have a feeling like that may be the key that I was missing. Because the thing is that it's highlighted here, right? So I thought that you were able, and I'm able to highlight the pieces and do the move, but I can just now submit it. Okay, so I have to move. I basically only have one choice, and that's to move on this board, if I understand correctly. Interesting. And I can make a time travel move as well, if I wanted. Like he did with his knight. Okay. What happens if I just make the same move? That's probably gonna be confusing, but whatever. And so there you go. Now, you know what? They are covering each other, my 2 pawns. If this pawn... No, because that's not gonna be a capture. So I don't think that they are covering each other. They could move to each other's spaces. Okay, that's fine. Now we have 2 pasts. Now they are both in the present. So I can move on either board as far as I'm aware. Let's try to move down here then. And go like... Let's just develop our board and not make any advanced moves here. I'm gonna come up here. Quickly examine, is anything... No, you know what? If I move this knight up here... Yeah, we can then, I think, capture this pawn with a sideways travel after. Let's try that. That is not enough. So is it going to require me to make a move on both presents in order to pass the turn? I think so. So let me just move a thing here. And then, yes, I can submit the moves. And then he moves in both presents at once. So the thing that I didn't understand before is if I create a new timeline, I want to do that now, just to try it out. The furthest I can go back with my current pieces is this. two to the side and one into the past. And I can submit that one immediately, even though I didn't move on this board up here, because as soon as I declare that move, it creates a new timeline that he needs to react in. The frick? You can move in the future, but you must move in the present. But it wasn't allowing me to do that before. Okay, we'll try that later if I can. I'll try to create some opportunities for us to study the rules a little bit here. Now we have 3. Just to confuse myself, I created another timeline, and I'm loving it. We can take a pawn down here, and I'm sure that there would be no repercussions whatsoever to that, right? So let's just capture this pawn and be like, I got the first blood. Do I dare take it with my knight? Yeah, this is the normal chess move that you would do, is to check it with the knight to not mess up your own pawn position. Not necessarily, but it because he can just chase it back, but then he's still lost a pawn. We will take a pawn. And I cannot end the turn there. I do have to move in all the presents when we are moving in present, apparently. So, that's fine. We will do some more board development up here. Like a standard chess move could be to... I'm sure there's no repercussions to me taking the center field. And usually that's a good idea. And, yeah. Submit that and see what happens. So he moves on all 3 boards, and it goes a little bit quick. Here he moved this bishop. I need to use the English terms, which is also something I'm not used to. When I play chess, I usually play it in Danish, so if I'm a little bit slow with the names of things, don't mind me. This is the bishop. He moved that 1 forward. That's a bad, just inconsequential move, which means I suppose sometimes you will want to, in some of the timelines, just to make inconsequential moves to buy time for other board developments on the dimensions. Sorry, this is funny to me. If the present is moved back, then you don't have to make moves on where the present line used to be. Yeah, I think I understand that. I am going to create, when I can, we need to move somewhere where we can move far back in time. And I think I can set that up pretty easily. Oh, the bishop's moving through time is gonna mess up my mind. How does that even work? But it cannot travel back in time. Why? Why can this one not go diagonally through time? Okay. It's moving sideways instead in the past? Orthogonally instead of diagonally in the past. That I don't understand. But we didn't do the bishop puzzles, which obviously was a mistake. Okay. And over here, he developed his pawn here, and then he moved out a knight over there. Alright, so I got to make 3 moves here. And if we make some past moves, then stuff will get interesting. What about... Yeah, so here... Aha, see, I can make a dimensional jump here that captures a pawn. That was what I was trying to set up earlier, and it totally worked. If I do that, it also counts as my move on this board here. See, now I'm learning something new again. I can make a move here, and a move here, right? That's 2 moves, if you will. But if I want to do a sideways jump between dimensions, it counts as my move on both of those boards, which is probably a very sensible design decision. I see that. Yeah. Otherwise, if you had like 10 boards, you could send them all to the same timeline in the same turn by making moves on other boards. So that's probably a good thing. And makes sense. Okay. As much as this can make sense. That seems like a decent move, and we still have to make a move down here. The bishop is blocked by its pawn. Not this one, it ain't. Like, this one is not blocked, so I thought that it would be able to, in fact, just travel diagonally to any of these times. Like, the first move would be to go, if you go diagonally through the timelines, you would go history view. First, one time, if you go one turn into the space into the past, it would be this board, and then on the next turn in the past, it would be this space, and then so on and so forth. That's how I thought it would work. It's clearly not. So I'm looking forward to learning how bishops work. It's going to be the same for the queen and the king, I suppose. You can also make a move on the middle board and jump the knight. No. What you were describing is trigonal. Only the unicorn and the queen can make these moves. Okay, I don't understand what you mean by that. But that's fine. I'll learn it in a minute. I need to see a practical example, I think. The only thing I'm seeing is that this bishop cannot move at all. Oh no, it can move over here, which I don't get how that works. Yeah. Like, that's orthogonally. Clearly. Maybe not clearly, but come on. This is a sideways move, not a diagonal move. How is it not? I don't understand that. But we'll learn it. It's definitely a bad move, regardless, so we're not going to do it. We're going to do something else. Like, this is a pretty standard chess move as well. Getting in front of the pawn so it cannot move. We're threatening this line here, which is nice. I'm sure nothing will go wrong here. Submit that. Okay, we are keeping it to 3 different boards at the moment, which is nice. But this is confusing to look at in some capacity. Alright, the same bishop chose to move again up here, and it is now threatening my queen, which we do not like. The thing then we have to ask if I take that bishop, is there going to be something in one of the other timelines that can hit that tile and then we take my queen? Yes. If I understand pawns correctly, then this pawn is currently covering through time travel, or dimension travel, this bishop up here. So, if I take that, can I do like a thing? If I take that and go here and then go here, we can then do a move for him, a theoretical move, yes? No. Okay, that's not how it works. Damn it, here I thought I understood it. But again, it's a diagonal move, which does not work how Kitchen thought it would work. Unicorn. It's a diagonal if you view it in 3D. 40 specific fairy piece. We're playing 5-dimensional chess. Shedrick says, diagonal is not enough to describe the number of dimension a piece must move in at once. Bishops move in 2, x and y, t and x, l and y, etc. Okay, you know what? I think I get it. I think I understand what you're saying now. But the pattern, the movement pattern for the bishop will be super confusing then. Which is fine, because we can click on one here and see it now. I don't like this. Yeah, let's try to understand the bishop's movement. Indeed, it goes 1... I'm going to say it's orthogonally, but it's going... A diagonal move could be viewed as 2 moves by if you move orthogonally. You go 1 to the side, then 1 up, right? That's what you're saying. So what we're doing is we're going 1 to the side and then 1 move again to the side. Like, if a diagonal move is 1 to the side, then 1 to the side, then this is 1 to the side, then 1 to the side as well. So 2 moves. I think I'm starting to understand. And then from there, it's the same thing. So it becomes this, I'm going to say, moving it across time at least, and across dimensions, I feel it's the same. A kind of orthogonal move across time. It's interesting because the bishops, no, sorry, the rooks are not the reverse of this, which you would normally consider bishops the reverse of a rook. One goes orthogonal, one goes diagonal, and so they are easy to understand in relation to each other. The queen moves in like both, and the queen is still going to move like both, but it doesn't work at all in the same way as the rook does through time. Oh boy. Okay. So I don't understand how a pawn will capture through time. So a pawn will capture to the sides in dimensional travel and time. But then why can this pawn, if I move here, this pawn here should be able to... No, of course it can't capture to the side on the same board. Which means that if my thing that I had before, if I capture this here and go there and go there, then he is not able to capture... Yeah, this is how I thought it would work. This is fine. He goes 1 down or 1 over in dimensions. Interestingly, he can only go down. He cannot go 1 to the other board. Oh, because that one's occupied. That might be why. Okay. So that doesn't necessarily explain it. What was I doing? Undo move. I still think it looks like nothing can take my queen if I go here. I might be wrong about that. Then, here it seems like I should just capture that knight to get it out of this timeline, going forward, not going back. Someone could jump back to this timeline and prevent this. And then here, there's no immediate threats or easy captures, so we would do a simple board development, which could be something like this. Submit moves. Let's see what happens. Not a lot of time travel happening on any of the boards right now. What is this? Your turn. Is he saying here that he has checkmate already? Yes, because somehow he can checkmate me, take my king way in the past. He moves diagonally through time with the queen. Okay. Which the bishop cannot do. So now we have a question to ask about the queens. Interesting movement pattern, yeah. Okay. Oh, you can, by the way, you can cross timelines and time at the same time. Of course. Yep. Alright. So, this is over? Am I seeing that right? Oh, I undid a move. No. It says here, this thing is blinking. Does that indicate a check or a checkmate? Oh, you know what? I believe we can both block it in this timeline. But then I need to send a piece into the past to block this. Is that possible from another... No. Here's the thing. Probably we can send... No. What about you? You can go down here and block. And then we would send a piece from this timeline. Oh, here. No. Okay. What about you? Anything to throw in? If I do this move here, can I send you and help on that board where I'm being threatened? Back in T3 is the point. in time when we need it. Can I move around with WASD? Yes, he can move to turn 4, but not be in any meaningful spot anyway. Undo move. Oh, no. Is this over? I can't tell. It says it's my turn, so I'm getting the feeling that it's telling me that there is a move somewhere that I could do. Maybe I can take the queen. No. I can send this king back into the past. But it doesn't resolve our other past problem. The queen embodies the rook, the bishop, the unicorn, and the dragon, just to make it confusing, because there's a dragon involved somehow. I don't know what you mean by dragon. The rook, the bishop. How does it embody the unicorn? This is a special rule then for 4-dimensional chess. And then you're talking about a dragon as well, which I have no idea what it means. What you're saying is that the queen moves like the unicorn as well. We're talking about the knight, and no, it doesn't. It does not move like a knight. A knight will be able to move 2 forwards on another dimension, right, like that. And the queen cannot copy that move. So that's not accurate. Both unicorn and dragon mean nothing to me in chess context. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm hoping that unicorn means knight. But dragon, I don't understand. So, Shedrix, if you care to elaborate. Rhino, you're making me more confused than I already am. What does this button do? Huh. I don't know. What is this here then? This is to show where I need to make moves. What is this? Flip perspective? Oh. Yeah. We need to send something into the past. To block what? No, but you can't. Oh no, wait, well, maybe we can. I think I'm starting to see it, because if we block, it has to go through these other tiles, I'm sure, to get to the king. So if I can block this tile, or that tile, or that tile, then we would also block the movement. That widens the range. I wish I could see it on both screens somehow. Can I do the history view? Yes. No, not while I'm making moves. Okay. So I need to send someone into the past. I feel like our options are somewhat limited, though, in that capacity. Again, I have a feeling like my queen here is my best option for that kind of thing. No. What about you then? No. I can't figure out if I have already lost this. I'm starting to think that I have. I just wish it would tell me. Am I, Shedrix, if you understand this game, have I lost this, or is it telling me that I have a move? Let me see. Maybe if we go back far enough, the next thing that I'm thinking, if we could go back far enough that we end up in a completely different time, create a new timeline where I could then intercept, right? What happens if I just make a random time jump? Where are we? Up here. Basically, we're going like, you're dead. But then you hit a panic button in another timeline and go like, well, what if I change the past? It creates a new present, so I don't have to move on this board. And therefore this queen will be locked. And now I'm not losing. This is called a soft mate. You can't get out of the check, but you can escape by traveling back in time. Okay, so we cracked the code on how to not lose the game immediately, and so then before the present moves back up here where I am losing the game, we need to either win the game in the past or find a way to get a piece in position to then move and interject and either take this queen or somewhere in the past move to and intercept in one of these pieces. Yeah. So far so good. We have figured out how to not lose, which is great. Great news, everyone. So time travel will need to happen, and my queen up here is being threatened anyway, right? So sending it into the past might be just what we need. We have to go back to the past. This doesn't go far enough back. But I still think that it's a decent move. Like that. It creates a new timeline where we can then also travel to the past, right? I can still make moves over here if I wanted in the same breath. And we were told before that you can go make moves in the no, how you because it's not his board, so he cannot make moves in here. I just gotta make no moves on this board until I have the solution for fixing this problem. So when you're about to lose the game, you just create new timelines all over the place. Now I'm starting to wonder how this game can ever end. If you can just continually, as long as you have any time travel option available, you can always create a new timeline and try again. We gotta go back. Oh my lord. So I thought I was winning this, but obviously I'm not. So I still don't understand how pawns will capture across boards, because I feel like maybe... No, that's not good enough. On this board it's too late. It's gotta be in this move in here. So maybe I could time travel a piece in here, but that will use up the turn on this one, so that doesn't help. We need to... On this, we gotta make another time travel move here then. Basically. To somehow position someone... like a knight in here, which we could do if we went back far enough. If we went back further with this queen, we have more options. Hear me out. Oh, see, we don't have any good options though. Oh, no, it could go up here. Yeah. This goes way further back and will allow me to set up my knight to take that queen in this turn. I think. If I do this move here, is my thinking. Submit moves. What did he do? He took an offensive move here, and so now, in this time, I can move up and capture that queen. Oh lord. Okay, you can't move back to the past indefinitely because your next timeline will be inactive and won't move to the present. The circle on your side of the present line indicates whether or not the timeline you will create will be active or not. At some point you run out of pieces, as I imagine some pieces are tied up in the past to guard some... Yeah, of course. Of course, it's at some point it is going to end up like a normal chess piece where everything's tied up. But there's going to be a little bit more wiggle room in this game. And now we've solved one timeline by doing this. But now there's 4 boards and we haven't even really started this game yet. Oh, he almost finished it, to be fair, so that's not entirely true. And this board up here I'm looking kind of bare. So I'm moving here right now, and we gotta now think that queen almost checkmated me because I had like an open line to my king, which is then bad. What we would want to do is castle our king. I'm assuming castling is still a thing. Castling the king, getting it tucked in behind some pawns would be pretty good. And in fact, probably opening with any of the pawns directly next to your king is going to be a bad opening turn in this game, because it creates this kind of situation that we were just in. This is a decent move. Submit. So then he takes 4 moves, and we are being checkmated down here now. He captured this one, but we can just take it back, so it's not a big deal. Okay, this is the only one I'm being checkmated on right now. So this seems like a decent move, right? Okay. Uh, 1d3 is very viable. Turn 1. Castling through time with a rook from the past. Come on, Mr. Progressor, don't make this harder than it already is. Is that a thing, Shedrix? It must be. It sounds really cool. I hope that's a thing you can do. I can't really see in my mind how that would work, but we will try it. He moved his king forward here, so clearly this guy doesn't know what he's doing. But he can always send his king to the past if it backfires, right? But I could threaten his king up here, and he can move in between, so it's not going to do anything for us. But it's still an interesting prospect. This board is looking pretty bad for me in general, so I would like to castle on this board, for example. That would be nice. So I think I'll just move this bishop 1 forward, like that. It's threatening that pawn, or at least, I mean, it's covered, but having the bishops out and about able to time travel is also a fair point, right? Yeah. So I think that's a decent move. You're looking at the boards from the wrong perspective. It's 1e3 or 1e6. You're talking about turn 1. You're talking about turn 1. That's what you mean with the 1. So you have to, yeah. That is how you know it in chess, is you write a number in front. I'm talking about as that's fine, but in a game like this, it doesn't seem that far-fetched. No, I'm thinking that is probably a thing until Shedrix confirms or unconfirms it. I'm glad that we have an expert here. What happened here? Oh, can I still? Yeah, I can still do en passant. Okay, that's nice. You will not believe, this is just a chess anecdote, I'm sure other chess players will have that same feeling. How many times in my life I'm at a random place playing chess with someone, and I do an en passant saying, this is a thing that you can do in chess, and people like blatantly either get mad or refuses to play or disbelieves it until they've seen the rules written down somewhere. No one ever believes that that en passant is a thing when you catch them with it. So that's always fun. I've been in some serious fights with people who got mad at me for doing that kind of thing. Oh God. I'm treating these boards mostly as normal chess games, which is probably a bad approach, but my mind is not really on the time travel thing. This is a good chess move. Yes. Let's see what the AI thinks here. It's not a thing. Okay, sadly. Cross timeline en passant also isn't a thing. Okay, fair enough. Good to know. Probably, I don't know, I don't care. But, so we still only got 4 boards, which is kind of disappointing, but let's have a look at this one up here. We can jump between these boards also, right? So I should look a little bit more like this one here. Oh, we can go way back. Now, all the way back to turn 3 and create a new timeline, then that would have to catch up. Just to mess things up. And you know what? In theory, we should go and check, like, would this be a good position for a bishop in this timeline, in this time here, to set up for something else, maybe? I don't know. No, this is confusing me. Hold up. I can move to 2 different tiles in here. Oh, because they're moving out from the bishop, its current position, obviously. I don't think this is a good way to look at it. Let me mark that same bishop again. This one has serious time travel and interdimensional travel possibilities. So there might be something to be done here. Now, we've got this one selected. Yeah, you can go. Okay. Let me go through time and find a spot for you. I don't think that there necessarily is one. But like, this one isn't terrible. It's not good either. It sets us up for threatening the king if he moves this pawn, which he's not gonna, obviously, but... okay, I don't think that's the right thing to do with you. Okay, what about you? Here we also have some time travel opportunities. Time travel opportunities. Say that for 10 times fast. We can go get back and capture this knight, which you think, that might be a good idea, but we are obviously already capturing it here. Which is kind of mind-boggling, right? So if someone traveled back to this time, this knight could persist and live on in this other timeline, except it wouldn't, because we couldn't allow that. If I move to this timeline here, this is actually a really interesting point. If I moved to this time here, in this spot, then I would immediately lose the game by him capturing my king. So threatening, that's interesting, because threatening kings in the past means that first of all, you're denying your opponent from traveling to that board in the future. I cannot go here. And if he somehow did it himself, then I would, if he sent in like another bishop threatening my king from here, he would have double check on my king there, and it would not be able to save itself. Except I think it could probably time travel then. You don't have timeline. You don't have timeline priority, so the new timeline will be inactive. I don't understand what that means. I'm sorry, Shadrix. I'm really trying to follow all of the things that you're throwing at me, but that one, I gotta say, it's what it means that a timeline is inactive. I get that you said it has something to do with this bubble. So if I said I wanted to put in my queen here, I don't understand what you mean by inactive. You don't have timeline priority. Alright, I'm trying. So far, I think we've been doing good. I got out of that other checkmate. I'm pretty proud of that. So we just gotta keep playing. Oh, we've got an interesting move here. Look at that. Let's travel cross-dimensional here. We've got so many pieces on this board anyway. Let's send one of them up here to threaten both the queen here and the king there. There you go. Boop. That sounds cool. Alright, using that spatial travel opportunity. Then in here, we can knock out that thing right there. But I'm starting to think that maybe on this board, I could set myself up for a check at least. And getting a check, like we just covered, is actually really important. So if I go up here, for example, and then he's going to take that pawn easily. But if I can send another piece later back in time to cover that pawn, then he would lose this bishop. But it would be the same case here, and here I at least get a pawn in the taking of that one. Okay. We're doing that. It's inactive. Your opponent won't have to make moves on it. If the arrow below isn't purple, then it's inactive. If the arrow below isn't purple... Huh. Let me see if I can create a situation where it is not purple then. Yes, it's inactive. And what does that mean? It's a rule that prevents you from making too many timelines. So what does that mean? Does that mean that he never has to move on that timeline ever? It doesn't move the present back. That might be a good rule to have. Oh, we can capture the bishop here. Seems like a decent enough move. Means we've made a move on every board. How many do we have? Only 4. Oh lord. Oh, he's time traveling and dimension traveling at the same time. And that ended his turn. He submitted that. So he made one move, which was to go from this board. Do we have a way to like indicate boards? No. I think I'm starting to see a pattern here. When I create a timeline, and this is important, we create a new timeline at the bottom on my side of the board. When he creates a new timeline, it will appear up on the top, which is his side of the board. I thought it was always to the same side, because I guess I've been primarily, but he did the first one, and indeed that one went up. And I've created the other 2, and they come down at the bottom. And that's important because some people are only able to move a certain number of dimensionals sideways. If you zoom in a little bit more, you will see faint indications on the far right and at the bottom of the game. Ah, interesting. So this is 0L, level 0, and then we have -1 and +1. +1 being on white side, -1 being on black side. I see. That's what we're calling the dimensions. So you would have to. This is -2LT9, and then you would say QE5 or whatever. Parallel view, history view, flip perspective. I see. So that's why the flip perspective button is important, because it gives you... I don't like that one necessarily, but so this button here will bring me to where I can make moves. Is that right? Yes, and I can make moves in the future here, but I don't have to. It's optional. Anywhere where is that true then? I can make a move here, and the reason why I can't submit is because then I have to make the move in the present, but I don't have to make the move in the future. Maybe I want to do both, maybe I don't. He went back and did what? He moved this knight back here, and now he's... Okay, so this is a really important thing, actually. He moved onto a board where I already have a ton of extra pieces, and in doing so, he has created a ton of extra pieces for me. So you generally, when you go back in time, you want to go to timeline where you have a good board position, because it's going to spawn a timeline with that board position and with as many good pieces as you can. Like, for example, if I could somehow travel back to this portion of time where I have 2 queens, that would be beneficial to us. That's all the way back here. So if I travel anywhere on this board, we will create another dimension, dimension, timeline, where I have 2 queens. So that also becomes strategically important. But obviously this was a bad move for him. We are playing against the weakest AI, and it's showing, I think, which is fine. A weak AI in a chess game is supposed to make bad moves. I'm not opposed to this, and it means that I might actually win my first game of 5D chess, which I'm fine with. I have to move on this board. move up here, which is not a good move, really. It's just going to capture it, and then I could capture that. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't accomplish anything. Okay. Why would he move this one here? It does not make the sense. Let's see. He has a king here. And over here, that's then still the same thing. So if I can put my knight in a position to jump to this spot, I cannot though, no. But we can think ahead and try to do that in the future past. I don't see a lot of good moves on this board here though, not immediately anyway. We can just make some more board development. Oh, let's try castling. I could. Another way of castling, I suppose, is to send your king to another dimension. So we can empty this entire dimension, this timeline of kings, so that he cannot checkmate me on this board, which I find somewhat fascinating. Because why not? You want to do that relatively early in a timeline so that you get this long timeline without a king in it. But then you will have another timeline with several kings in it, I suppose, which is a weakness. Oh my lord. Give white a check to prevent him from saving himself. Are we talking about a specific situation that I'm overlooking? Check. Am I giving checks anywhere? I gave a check somewhere, didn't I? That's what you're talking about. Where was that? I forgot. Did I give a check anywhere? See, I don't even remember, and I can't find the one where I did it. No. Not yet. The +1 board is a soft mate. +1 board is this one here. Here. I don't see the soft mate that you're talking about. Oh, here you mean. Aha, I see. I think we can make this move and it would lose the thing, but then we can travel another piece back up here maybe later to prevent him from preventing the mate. It's a soft mate, I get what you mean, because he literally cannot move the king away. He could time travel it, but in this position here, he will probably choose to just defeat the knight. But then if we could give him another check on the same board here with a time traveling piece later, then we would be golden. Can I click on this one here? No, because we can never move from this position here. But here, I cannot click on boards here, pieces here to see where they could go. So I would have to know how this knight can move, which I don't. And the same with this one here. I would like to split this timeline if I could, but I can't. No. Oh, no. Here's something. Yes. Oh, and even better, I can... Didn't I already do that? Somewhere, this move? Moving here? Where did I do that? That was here, but I could do it again on this timeline, moving back to the same and create another board where I'm doing the same thing. And the interesting thing, oh no, they're too far away from each other. I was thinking that this knight could then jump to this timeline and checkmate this king, and in fact they do the same, but they're too far apart in the same line, but still a good move. I basically already jumped to that same spot with another knight in another dimension, and we're doing it again to create yet another board where I'm getting that. Mike can do 0LBF1XL12. Okay, I trust that you know what you're talking about. I that is a little bit beyond me. But is this a good move, jumping here? No. It's actually not. Dang it. It was a fun one. I think the castling here is at least, if nothing else, interesting and safe. And I can still move over here if I wanted. And I think this board is good for me, so we would want to develop it a bit. Like moving... Oh, this rook has all sorts of options. It can move back and take this bishop. Let's just try to create yet another dimension, because why not? Let's go crazy. I suppose it removes it both from over here, but I have 2 queens in this one. And oh yeah, and like I said before, I'm duplicating a timeline where I have 2 queens, which I hope is a benefit. So something happened. The present moved because what? What happened? How did it move? I created this timeline, right? And so this one comes from here. He moved this king up there into this timeline, which is another bad move, because he copied the timeline that I have 2 queens in and put 2 kings in that timeline. Notation has settled quite a bit. A lot of people are now using mine or variations of it. Okay. I guess there was a lot of ways to note this system. Let's not get into the notation system right now. We're just trying to play and understand what's going on, which I think we're doing really rather well, if I have to say it. I feel like there's a good mate opportunity coming on for me here. We also gotta remember that I can move sideways through dimensions and look at... I can go here in the middle of his board. I really thought, oh, this is actually really important. I thought that if something blocked... I suppose that this tile is not blocked, that's why. Yeah, because here we are going through... We start on this position, then we move 1 diagonally, then 1 diagonally. This one's not blocked. Then we move 1 diagonally. This one's blocked, and so I cannot move on the final one and hit that rook because it is blocked here. So we can block. I'm gonna call what do we call it? Like interdimensional travel, like that, which I was trying to do as well with the queen that he threatened me with earlier, right? So here's another thing. When you have created a new timeline, this one is not able to travel to any kind of past. I'm not sure if this is related to it being unable to do so in any case, or because it doesn't have a past, right? It doesn't have a past, this timeline. So it cannot go back. There's nothing to go back to this one specifically. I still feel like I should just take this bishop again like I did before. Like that cannot be bad. And then we're also getting out into the board here where there is a king. I'm gonna move like that. Is there any other moves? We still have this future past. No, just the future. Because the present is elsewhere. Yeah, the present is here. He's gonna have a ton of boards to move on after this move here. And there's no king on this board anymore, but I can move a queen up. I can move my pawn forward, take the bishop and get a queen, but I can do better. I can move my queen up here. I'm not sure what this would accomplish. There's no king here, but I suppose I can, if I spawn a ton of queens on this board, they will be able to travel to other dimensions and pasts. No, okay, so there is like diagonal past travel as well, so in theory. But this one cannot diagonally travel to the past because there's no diagonal past board to go through. Because it's... yeah. Would I want to go into the past with you anywhere? See, it can go all the way up here, but it doesn't accomplish anything. Do people play this against each other? And like a game of this will take, like a normal chess game can take about 2 to 3, 4 hours, more than that if you are really slow. I play chess relatively fast normally, but this, you had a tournament lately, obviously, so I need to get on that shit. Not because I think I have a chance of winning, but because I need to see what people are doing. I would love to see someone who's good at this play it. And I like to experience it firsthand. I think this is a decent move, actually. It sets me up for creating another queen, or at least taking out a ton of pieces on this board, which we can probably... if nothing else, if I could empty this board of pieces, I can travel my other kings to this board in time and secure them. Like build a little fortress on this particular board that cannot be assailed. But I'm sure that time travel could have something to say about that. Alright, submit that and see what happens. A check or a mate or something is happening somewhere. But he captured that sideways with a bishop. Of course. Because that is the thing that can just be done. Okay, see, here's the first time I really suffer from it. I didn't see that that was a move that could be made. And it wasn't a move... When I did that move, I don't think this timeline up here existed. And so he created that after the fact. Then it moves up. And here, then, because now this timeline is synced, then it has a chance to move down and take out this one and create a bad board position for me here. In fact, there's no queen on this one because I sent that queen into the past at some point, and so this board is relatively bad for me. Fun stuff. Let's take it from the top, people. Let me zoom out. Yeah, we are mostly catching up to the future boards. Mostly. Okay. We use chess clock, obviously. Okay, you're hanging a queen. I don't know what that means. You're hanging a queen. That's the only way to treat royalty anyway. If you ask the French. History memes. Yeah. Nothing good there, nothing good there. Alright. Here's an interesting move. It's gonna give him a check anyway. And it threatens that bishop. Oh, I can just take the bishop that just took my queen. But then this bishop can travel up in that same spot. This one here. Because it just did. From another instance of this same bishop did that just a turn ago. Right? Oh, they removed the arrows. Ah, here we go. Yeah, the same thing could be done this way up. I think. So that is not a safe space. This seems like a decent move. It's not going to result in a checkmate or anything, but he can only move the knight in between here, from this board anyway, to block it, and then if I threaten that knight, we are getting somewhere, maybe. Regardless, it seems like an interesting move. It also, of course, has access to time travel and all the like. I'm gonna move that. That was the first of my 6 boards that I need to move on. The move you just confirmed a minute ago makes you lose a queen. Oh. You're gonna have to be more specific if you want me to adjust something. You were talking about this one over here, right? I like this board. I think this is where I have a good chance of doing some real damage to him. Getting a good check in or something. I'm not doing a lot of checks, which we've seen that's really effective. And I feel like I should do it more. In fact, if I move this pawn up here and then put the queen here, she's not only threatening him in this time, but in all previous timelines where that opening exists. And so I like that threat. Do we do it with a double move here or a single? I think just a single. So threatening putting that queen up there later. Okay, that's that board. On this board here, we lost a knight, to this bishop doing interdimensional travel. And of course that's bad. But such is life in interdimensional chess, time travel chess. What happened here? Oh no, you're kidding me. I had this fantastic setup here where I was blocking that bishop from taking my bishop, but then I got tempted by the time travel, the dimension jump here, which left this bishop open. I left it behind in this dimension. So yeah, that was probably a bad move on several layers. We claimed a pawn up here, but he just took that knight and then he took my bishop on this board. So this was not only a bad move, it was an incredibly bad move. There you go. Alright. Fun stuff. Can I capture that bishop from another timeline? How does these pawns move? Oh, we can't move in here. I see. Ah, damn it. I still haven't seen a pawn capture across timelines or dimensions. I hesitate to say it, but I think that this pawn capture is fine. It does leave me somewhat open, doesn't it? But he can capture mine. I think I will... No. Here's what we do. We go up here with the bishop. So if he captures, I can move the queen up here. It doesn't result in a checkmate. But it does in the past. It's just... That sentence is really fun to me. Too late now, you'll find out soon enough. Yeah, sure. It's fine. I'm allowed to make mistakes. This is... continually a bit mind-blowing. There's no king on that board. What if I... Oh! This is a good time jump. Yes, let's pretend that I knew exactly what I was doing, and we are creating a new timeline here. And so, something about it being inactive, and he doesn't have to move, maybe-ish. And now I don't have to move on this board here, which is a bad board for me anyway, so maybe it's fine that we don't. Yeah, let's not move there. That's another way to get around it, I suppose. Alright, so let me zoom out. We're now to 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 total boards, submit moves. He has to move down there, but he didn't have to move anywhere else, and so he didn't. Okay. And on that new timeline that I created, he just blocked with the rook, which was obviously a decent move for him. Damn it, it was too easy. But that rook isn't threatening anything. And so if I move my... But now... Oh, we can't move here and here. Oh, we only have that one board. Oh no, we also have to move on this board now. Okay. Fair enough. Oh look, 5D chess with Big Bang time travel, and you look and sound like you know what you're doing. Well, Manok, welcome to the stream, and no, I don't know what I'm doing. I am fumbling in the dark, and we're playing against the weakest AI, and so it's making some really silly plays that is allowing me some wiggle room, and I think by extension of that we're doing sort of okay. Alright, it's going orthogonal. Interesting. I'm wondering if I could set it up so that I have a check opportunity. No. Not really. Okay. This bishop move, though, threatens me going up here and giving a check then here, to which he would be checkmated in this time unless he resorts to cheating interdimensional travel and time travel, right? So I suppose I should, like, immediately I don't see, no, that's not true, there's a freaking bishop, right? He could have just, oh, he didn't have a move up here to take that bishop, but next turn, on this turn here, he's going to be able to move that knight, and take out my bishop here. Which means this bishop is not in a safe position like I thought it was. Fun. Now I have a question for myself, and for anyone listening. If I do this, can I examine what you have of options? It can take... Yeah, okay, so it captures... No. It does not capture diagonally in the past. It captures on its own space one in the past. That's how pawns capture then. So when moving with pawns, or when thinking about pawns, you gotta not be standing on their spot. No, but this is not just in the past, it's in the past, one in the past, and one dimension over. Yeah, but on the same spot. Which means that this pawn is also threatening... No. Come on. Why is this pawn threatening that spot? Oh, because this is in the past, and this one would then threaten this spot, and there's nothing in there. But once this pawn moves on in this time over here, then it's going to be able to move back and hit this tile, which is why I shouldn't capture that pawn in the present. So I will take the damn rook and do that trade, because that's a good trade regardless. And that means I'm not putting this bishop in an unfavorable spot. There's still another board that I have to move on that'll be up here. Okay. Well, yeah, but you don't seem to have you seem to have at least basic understanding of space-time continuum. This game has discrete space and time. No. A capturing pawn has to go forward in 2 dimensions. Forward in 2 dimensions. Yes. Okay, yeah, we agree. And it can only... His pawns can only move towards my dimensions, the ones on my side of the board. It cannot capture up this way. It'd have to go down this way. And only into the past, not like into the future, I hope, because then it's going to be extra... Oh, of course it can't go into the future. Well, not of course, because this one here, then... Yeah. Could come up here. Yeah. Only into the past, I'm hoping. Alright. I am totally in control of this. Where are we? We're up here. Here. We can move to this board down here. And we can capture this piece in there. Yes. Oh, so now I'm sending... It's from the same board again that I keep sending pieces away from this board. I feel... Is that game-breakingly stupid? Yes, it is. This particular king is in a bit of a pickle. This move down here would be good, but it leaves my king up here super vulnerable, which it already is. I'm not sure why he hasn't moved his queen down here and just done that check, because it would at least require me to do some time travel to not lose the game again. Right. So what we could do then is just move this bishop up first, but then I miss the opportunity of this perfect sideways bishop move, which I really dig. A capturing pawn is to go forward in 2 dimensions, so diagonal in front in the same time, or sideways in this next timeline, or forward into the past, or in the same space into a parallel past, but it's more limited than what you're describing. It has been implemented in this game. What am I missing? A pawn can normally move 1 space forwards on the board, or the same space into the same space into the next timeline. But a capturing pawn moves exactly 1 space in exactly 2 dimensions. From time-traveling pawn captures, the pawn must go 1 timeline up and 1 turn back, or forward in rare cases. It can go forward. You're kidding me. That's not applicable here. I think this is a safe move. It's good to block those lines. The other thing we could do is castling, but in general, this king on this board is just really vulnerable. It's looking bad. And so even if I castle it, I feel like anything that could come in and threaten these pawns would be almost instant death for us. Which, to be fair, nothing on this board can do it, but that doesn't mean it's safe. This is too good, though. I'm really piling onto this specific board, creating a new timeline here. What does it achieve? I think it will achieve something, but we got so many other of his pieces threatening this board. Oh, that's right. So I'm looking at this board and going like, well, there's no way he can capture this one. But of course, all of his other pieces on the other boards also threaten the same freaking tile. I think I'm gonna do the safe play up here. Where was that? Here. Let's see what he does. He starts the turn by making a time travel. He goes from this board here. I guess, did he not have any opportunities? It might be, so I'm looking at it being like, I'm taking that and then he could capture that with his king. But it might be that there's something on one of the other boards that is covering this bishop that I'm not aware of. And that would explain it. But he chooses, regardless, he chooses to go and time travel it and dimension travel it 1 up here. Which means that it now appears all the way up here in a newly created timeline. Once again, he jumps into the timeline with my double queen, which is great. But on the other hand, this timeline is now without an enemy king. And so now this is the present. And I can choose to move on this future board as well. And I have so many pieces in here that can go all kinds of spaces. Like I can basically do that jump in here that I was talking about. And recreate that same scenario, only worse for him than it was before. And that seems good. Can I make it better? Oh, yes. So this one, or that one. But if I move the knight as we covered before up here, then it, on this board he can take the bishop immediately, which may not be a problem, honestly. I think this is a really good move. And this board, which I keep piling onto this one, is just eventually, but he can continue to escape the board, but it creates new dimensions where I'm hopefully also threatening him pretty well. So I'm gonna do it. And then we had another one. I have to move in the present here, which I'm pretty sure we have this exact board somewhere from this one here. Maybe not that exact one. Okay, doesn't matter. We have a very similar board like this one somewhere that I already moved on. I think that one didn't have this move. I can threaten a checkmate up here, which would require some sort of reaction by going up there with the queen or the bishop. Both would suffice. Alright, let's see what you do, Mr. AI. Time for the brain-hurty time. How many boards are we up to? I think we have arrived at like 10 at least. I haven't seen 10 boards. I can see why he can't capture the bishop. I believe you. You don't have to tell me. The more you time travel, the more your opponent can time travel. If you want to end this game, you'll have to stop time traveling. What? What are you talking about? You're saying I should have less fun? On only 1 second. Congrats, CTP. In most situations, he who time travels the least wins the game. Oh. I believe that. Yeah, I can see why. The more you have to time travel, the more you put yourself in weird, bad situations. And definitely, what is this here? Oh, so now he's threatening to go back in time and take my king here. Yes, okay. Which is, I mean, we can just take it, right? So that seems like an obvious choice, but there might be complications with that. Not any immediate complications on nearby boards. Right. So let's assume that that is a decent move and take it from the top on other boards. This one, I was already threatening a checkmate here. This seems like a good move. And again, if we just accepted that the more you time travel, the worse you are off. Having him time travel here, I'm forcing him to time travel here, basically. I think that'll be a good move. Then over here, I was going to do this move in response to his. And that seems like it's still good. Then, on this board here, he moved up here, which doesn't really accomplish it. I was going to go up here and threaten him. So I'm threatening him on a lot of simultaneous boards. That he can move on each one individually, so that doesn't necessarily matter. But the more you can do it, the better, because if you travel between two boards, you cannot move on both. So it might limit him in other ways, which is fine. So we definitely, unless I'm overlooking something with that specific move, which I definitely might be, then we are gonna do that. Good. Next up is this board, where we were in a bad position, but we could, before we decided that there was a board that I wanted to time travel to, or the dimensional travel to, and he left that one with his king. So, not really applicable anymore, unless I just want to go for it. What? Where does this pawn come from? Oh, this pawn was already there, or was always there. It's the king that left, right? Alright. His king is a little bit forward here. Maybe we can threaten that one too. Threatening him on more boards is a good thing, and it might threaten stuff in the past as well. Oh, this one can move all the way over there. Just trying to figure out if there's a good board to travel to. No. The real tricky thing, I can see that this would be playing this game on on a timer. That's where it gets really tricky. How do you even... I guess if you run out of time, you lose. That's the thing, right? So you just gotta move quicker. There's not like individual forced moves or something like that. Alright. Check immediately nearby boards for like things that can easily intercept this move. I don't see him, and I'm threatening him on several boards in this turn. I feel like that could be a victory coming on. Here he jumped up and took my damn queen here. My brilliant move on this board was deviously intercepted by an interdimensionally traveling knight from another board, of course. So we can threaten another mate up here. This is probably the better one to go about the same direction. Basic chess stuff is going for the pincer move on that pawn, which I forget the number of, but that's fine. Okay, and then here he took my... Oh, but we can then... Oh, we gain another queen, so that's fine. It's automatically giving me a queen, which I don't like. Can we get another one? I don't... What if I wanted a knight? I guess I can't get a knight. Alright, no matter. That's fine. Then here... What was my last thing? I moved up there. Then he moves the queen down here. We also have the option to go to other boards. Continually keeping that in mind. I'm sorry if I'm not focusing on the chat too much. Check white with your queen. She'll usually be able to check the same king in the past. That's what I learned earlier the hard way. Creating new timeline is usually disadvantage. Moving pieces between existing timelines, however, can be incredibly beneficial. We don't have under promotion yet. Okay. Yet. As in it might come later. Not sure why there's no under promotion. Okay. You seem to know a lot about this game. He does. Shadrix has been very, very helpful throughout this stream so far. And I mean, if I can go back into the past and check a king that is already being checked by another piece, it's even better. And I don't, unfortunately, see that option anywhere immediately. But like here, we do threaten that. And then if he takes that piece with that pawn, then it allows me another move with this bishop, the knight here, to move and take the queen, and then I get a check, which is not necessarily super great. So where am I moving from? Over here, but we already have a beneficial position. In fact, I can take this pawn here with the queen. He takes that, and then I get another queen in position to check the king, like we learned. That's really strong. We would check him somewhere in the past over here. Probably not even, because I think it would be on this board, right? No, it would be, because we were taking a few turns to do those moves, it would probably be on this board. Like 1 in the past, 2 in the past, 3 in the past, something like over here, which may... No, but he can't move down and take it in the past unless he somehow time travels there first. And I have an extra rook in here, which can be pretty good. This board is insane for me, by the way. I have an extra rook in here. I could send this one to another board. Okay, maybe start over here. I already have a perfect move here. In fact, we have a lot of good moves here. Look at this. This is a double check, which he can move away from it unless I'm threatening that specific position on another board, of course. But regardless, we're piling on here. No. The other thing is to take the queen in here, which he can take with the king. I'm not threatening that easily. Maybe we can put up a thing. Look like we're looking at that spot here or that spot. Those two spots here with the to threaten up here as well. No. No, it doesn't work. I'm thinking this move is decent in here. He can counterplay, but then I take that rook, and then we're threatening the back line in here. Might be a little bit too slow, but I'm going for that, and then I'll take the queen here. These are the safe moves that trade well, and then we hope that that leads to a victory somehow. Hold on, there's another thing here. Is this a checkmate? No, he can just take it. And then what? Yeah, that doesn't solve anything. Okay, not a checkmate. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in chat right now. Let me take a minute here to catch up. Did you hear about that supposedly unbeatable strategy that White had by sending their queen all the way to the first turn to put the black king in check? What? Of course that's a thing. That was a while ago, so I've been wondering whether if they found an out to that. I've contributed to the theory on it. I haven't been following it too closely. On my engine. 5T chess tools. Okay, I'm gonna have to open that in a new tab. I'm not gonna check what it is right now. That's the policy. I don't start reading new web pages in the middle of the stream. Were you the guy who wanted to make a simulator that lets you undo whole turns and such? No. Okay. This is the greatest thing I've failed to understand. Oh, Jowafa RPG, welcome to the stream, sir. Jowafa is also a streamer. Go and check out his channel. We are failing. I'm right there with you, Jowafa, failing to understand this game. I'm doing a decent job at this point, I think. But after this game, which has been going on for hours, I will go back to doing some puzzles with my newfound knowledge and understanding of the game, and then we are gonna, whatever. We're gonna make it work by leaving part of the thinking to a computer. Letting the computer fry its semiconductors instead of frying human neurons. Lemrock says you're thinking about getting this. Alright, I can recommend it. It's if you like having your brain destroyed, this is the kind of game. This is the best puzzle game I've ever played. Seen people do much worse than me. Thank you. Are you playing the computer right now? Yes. The very worst AI the game can offer is what we're playing against. And it almost had me in one turn, but we managed to travel back to the past and prevent the checkmate, which I have never said that sentence before. Lot of new sentences are being invented today, at least in my repertoire. Is this a good move? I think so. We're trading a knight for a queen in one of the timelines, which is not much to say. He has several queens spread across many timelines, and there's still plenty of queens for him in the past, but we're taking out one of them in one of the timelines. I accept this move. And it says it's also a check at the same time, which can be helpful in many ways. So he instead of taking his turns, he just makes one move. Oh, and there's a board up here that I didn't move on, but that I don't have to move on, I think. We might as well move here. I'm gonna get another queen in there. That's fine. Which one is the present right now? That's this line here. You can see the present line here for the new people who are joining the screen. This is where you have to move. You might have other boards to move in the past or the future that are not obligatory. So he, instead of taking his turns, he only did one move, which creates a new timeline. He moved his queen from this timeline here down to this one to take out my queen. I don't understand this. How did this queen somehow arrive in he moved not only backwards in time, but also one down in the same move. Yeah, I'm still having a lot to learn about queen movements, I think. It's kind of interesting because he had already captured that same queen with another knight traveling to that same spot, which created this timeline over here. But now a new one has been created up here, which is the one that that's the one I just moved on, and I did the same response again. But it's just I had covered that queen with my pawn, resulting in me getting another. He basically created another good timeline for me here. So that was a bad move from the AI again, which is fine. I don't have to make other moves. I can choose to make a move in this future board if I want, and I feel like it would help my cause. Or we can save it for later. The present is gonna catch her up to this board in one turn anyway, and then we are gonna be forced to move in here. I could save it for later, or I could lock it down. There's a lot of spots that this queen could move to. Oh, it can come in here. Nah, that's not necessary. And we don't want to create too many new timelines, I think. I can make a good move. I'm just going to submit what I have, and we'll deal with this one later. You never know. There might be something. And I think having unresolved boards for me is better than for the upcoming turn here. That the more unresolved boards I have available, the more options I have. So now he's making another move. I was threatening his king here, and that king chooses to time travel and dimension travel over here to go to safety, which results in a new board up here in the now present that we have to deal with. He is creating a lot of new timelines right now, which I'm not sure. Someone said that it's bad and there might be inactive timelines. I'm still not sure. I haven't figured out what an inactive timeline is and how that works out. Oh god, I'm talking a lot. There's a lot of comments. Let me see if I can get a view of the land here. Catch up to you guys. I've had some pan-galactic Gargle Blasters and it hasn't turned me off to them. So sure, why not destroy my brain with this? Exactly. Pan-galactic Gargle Blasters are my favorite. Like actually deadly poison. They are poison. That's the point. I mean, medical staff are recommended afterwards. As indicated by Douglas Adams. The queen moved to the same space in the parallel past. The parallel past, yeah. Move one space into a parallel type and one space into the past. But on the board, it stayed in the same space, yes. The rule is, about making timelines, it always is. What? No, this is a good keep talking and tell us what's happening on the boards. When you make a new timeline, it's added to your side of the prime timeline. Okay, I've gathered that much. And he's created 6 boards, we can see that here. And I have created 5. Okay, so we are pretty close to each other. And so I think the thing that you guys were saying is that when he has you have checkmate on all the boards, you just need to kill one king. No, not kill. Checkmate one king somewhere, anywhere in the past, present, or future that cannot be saved by anything. And so before we were in a situation where that was not possible, but then on another board I had a move and sent my queen into the past, thus creating another timeline where before we caught up to the present, the one where I was being checkmated, I was able to put a knight in a position to then jump to that timeline where I was being checkmated and take out that queen that was threatening me. So, that didn't answer the question at all, but you only have to checkmate one king. It's really hard because time travel. You can also put a past king in check, and since the past is set in stone until new timelines are created, that king will not be able to move, yeah. Like, I cannot move on this board, but I could move to this board later with another thing, if that makes sense. We are going to see more, because I'm actually, I think I am checking him in multiple places right now that he's trying to deal with. Like here. Right now, I basically have checkmated him up here. Look at that. And it is his move in here. He has created another timeline anywhere, somewhere else that I need to react to. That's up here. Once I've done that, he will once again get the turn, and at some point, he will need to either prevent this, and the easy way would probably be to send this king into another timeline, and indeed, he can just walk it up here. But this is not a good spot for a king to be in either, and then eventually I will hopefully catch him out. And I have multiple of those positions ongoing right now. Here I'm also checking a king, but there's also, of course, a lot of ways that he can prevent this. But I think my queen here is also threatening him in the past somewhere, I think. My chess site, which is what I call it, no joke. I call it the chess site, where you can see, if you're looking at a chessboard, if you're trained in it, your eyes will see where pieces can move and what they're covering and such. And I have that thing for normal chess. I don't have it for 5-dimensional chess, so I don't see how this queen moves in the past. I gotta be honest. Right now, we only have to deal with this board. Okay, I hope that makes sense. That king will not be able to move. So you will have to be careful with opening columns and diagonals to the king. Yes, I learned that the hard way. Check out the guide on the F7 sack on the Discord. Okay, not something with F7 here. To understand how the pieces move through time, the guy who made the game redefined how the pieces move, yeah. Some of them are not super intuitive. You have to learn it, I think. So a bishop, instead of moving diagonally, is able to move any number of squares in exactly 2 dimensions. Yeah. This one, I still am a little bit on the fence on not about whether or not it's a good idea, but whether or not I understand it is not entirely clear yet. So far, we are doing good, I think. This board that he has created now by sending his king into the past and onto this board is not a good position for him to be in either. And so I can go and threaten that immediately, which creates new bullshit scenarios that he will have to deal with. And I think this is the best move I can make in here. Going to threaten this one, unless it's easily taken out by something on a nearby board, which, scanning through it real quick here, it doesn't look like there's anything threatening that tile in the other dimensions here. Yes, it makes sense. So let's just go with that, submit that, and see what the AI is. You see, I'm threatening him on so many boards. You win! The game ended and black wins. He cannot deal with all the checks I've given him, and somewhere it's in a final enough spot that he simply cannot. That's why he was creating new scenarios all the time. It was to try to... and I suppose that's actually a fair point. My final move here. If he made this board to send another piece from this board into another dimension to fix a check I've done him, then checking him in this dimension prevents that move and therefore screws up his whole plan. And it isn't a checkmate on this board, but because it then prevents a counter move on another board, that results in the final checkmate. I'm not supposed to clap in front of the microphone, sorry. What a mess. Surprisingly, if we look at the whole thing, there's not that much time travel going on. You see, all the arrows are either a time jump or a dimension jump or both, right? Lines that go orthogonal are lines that go vertical are time jumps. Lines that go purely horizontal are it's opposite. Vertical is up and down. That's dimension jumps. Horizontal is time jumps, and those that are curved, diagonal are time and dimension jumps. So there you go. Easy to understand, right? Another clash smashes glass. So back to timeline creation. If the amount of timelines on your side actually already exceeds the amount of timelines on the opponent's side, the next you make will be inactive until the opponent makes another timeline. I'm not sure what that means, Manarch. You've said this a few times, but what does it mean that there's an inactive timeline? That's what I don't get. And to be fair, where is it? Here we have -5, and he's at +6, so why is this one active then? Right, exceeds the number. He had an extra one, and this one was clearly active. Or maybe I'm not understanding. When you beat the highest AI, they send you a PhD in theoretical physics. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, so that's fine. The highest AI is easy because it uses D equals 2 DFS, which I don't know what that means. Sorry, when you beat the AI at the highest difficulty and can explain how you won. Yeah. The present line will ignore inactive timelines. Well, let's go brain hurty. I might have to open a bottle of something if we're gonna do another full game. But let me go and play a few puzzles. Like, one that I really want to see is Queen Tactics Made in One. Let's try to understand the Queen a little better. So here's what a puzzle looks like in this game. It comes in with predetermined moves. This is turn 1, this is turn 2. To understand turns in this game, it's important to know that a turn consists of a white move and then a black move, always, right? And so this is not 3 turns, this is 2 turns. Then there's only one dimension here, which is nice. And this is a mate in one. We make one move on this board and it will resolve in a checkmate. I think I got it. I think I got this. Hey, it worked. So queens are obviously super powerful. Does everyone understand what just happened, or do we need to slow down? It's fine if we do. I think most of the people who have been here for a while, and for some of them understand it better than I do, but if there's anyone who needs this explained, we can take some time. So this is a good demonstration of how to checkmate someone here. I'm only checkmating him on one board. This board up here looks fine for him, right? And down here, this king has no moves. He can move. He has moves, but every one of them will result in the king getting captured. No, that's not true. Why can't he move up here? Because if he moves here, it's going to create another timeline, or another turn in which I can then take that position. So that's what you gotta be like, okay, yes, he can move to this what looks like a safe position, but it's actually not, because the next turn I can then move up and take it. Even though he's jumping to another dimension, I can follow him through because the queens are so powerful. Sherduk says you could solve it without creating a new timeline. In one move, without creating a new timeline, which means that you want me to not time travel at all. What? No. Am I missing something? I don't think so. I will defer to you as the expert here, but at least I don't see it. How would I mate in one? I mean, we can solve this one without creating a new timeline, sure. If I have more than one move. Well, the answer is yes, by all means. I mean, we're just practicing here. If you can help me understand things in a new way, like we can't win with a conventional chess method. Like this is not. You can also check the past king. Oh, by moving here. Puzzle incomplete. You said queen b2. b2. Oh, there is numbers and stuff on this pawn here. Alright. Here. This is also a way to complete the same puzzle. Why? Let's understand why that works. Because a queen, when it moves into the past, it's kind of hard to see on this board. Because it would be easier if there were more past boards to continue the pattern. But basically, for every move into the past, under move. Here. Yeah, for every move into the past, it goes one more diagonal. So from here, it'll go there, then there. And it can continue along its own current position as far back in the past as it wants. The queens in normal chess are really powerful, but in this game, it's on a whole nother level. Like, it is, on a time travel and dimension travel level for sure. They can do everything. But basically, diagonal, for every move back in the past, it goes one further diagonal or orthogonal. So, one move back in the past, one diagonal or one orthogonal, then two back in the past, it's 2 and 2. Or the same spot that it's already in. Fine. Queen tactics 2. Let's try to continue to understand the freaking queen. Mate in 2. So here, can I solve this one without? I have several working theories here. I'm just going to try one. This one is what I would do first. And then I would move over here. And that worked. I did not think that would actually work. Why does that work? Why can he not just move down here then? What happens if I move here? Because I am not only checking his present, I am checking his past as well. And it results in a checkmate because he cannot move his past self. There you go. On the standard board, it's the only piece that can move in 4 dimensions at once. The next strongest piece, the bishop, can only move in 2 dimensions and also exactly 2. Yes, I noticed that the bishop is, usually you would consider the rook a stronger piece than the bishop in conventional chess. I think in this game, look, the queen is the strongest, but the other 3 officers, I don't really know where to put them. I'd be interested in hearing from the people here who understand the game better, which ones, like, the normal pecking order is rook, then bishop and knight on sort of the same level. That's clearly not exactly the same here anymore. Rook are much weaker, but rooks can travel all the way back in the past as far as they want, as long as the tile is clear through the entire past, as far as I understand anyway, right? So they enable time travel as well as the queen does, and sometimes just being able to go all the way back to the past is actually really powerful, as far as I've seen. Okay, let's finish this one and keep it rolling. Queen Tactics 3, mate in 3. And we start with 3 pawns. That did not result. I can see why that went wrong. Okay, let's get the queen first. Must be the right move. Ah, no. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, oops, undo move. Oh yeah, that does work, yeah, right. Submit moves. You gotta confine him to the back line first, otherwise he can just move to other lines. Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, but saying it's 5-dimensional is a misnomer. Oh. We have the normal 3 dimensions. I suppose we don't have the normal 3 dimensions. It's a 2-dimensional game if you look at this board. But the 4th dimension would be time, and then the 5th dimension is, well, sideways between timelines, right? So that's how I get to 5. But the 3rd, like, we normally think if you play on a board game, you have 3 dimensions because that's how humans work and stuff. Which, let's not get in, maybe we should get into that, but I see what Lou and Rock means. I'm not sure it's 5-dimensional chess. That's actually a fair point. I personally order them as pawn, dragon, rook, unicorn, knight, bishop, queen. Can we stop? What is the... You gotta explain that, Citrix. Did you... What is the dragon and what is a unicorn when you have a knight, a bishop as well, and a queen? I don't get that. You gotta explain these terms. Dragon is weaker than rock because it's stuck moving in 4 dimensions at all time. Which arguably is more restricted. I've gotta get the screen closer here. More restricted than being able to move in 1 dimension. The maker of the game justifies it by saying the 3rd dimension exists but is not used in the game. Fair enough. 4D but 5D is a good name. It's 4-dimensional, yeah, okay. But it's called 5-dimensional because we usually think that the 3rd dimension is physical. And 4D just exists already, oh? Might be a trademark thing, fair enough. Unicorn can move in exactly 3 dimensions, Dragon moves in exactly 4. You guys gotta explain the unicorn and the dragon. Are you taking a piss out of me? Are you making fun? And like in talking about them, is this like an internal joke thing that you're inventing pieces? Because it's at this point I'm inclined to believe that. I don't see. I'm sorry for the swearing, but I don't. You completely leave me in the dirt. I don't know what the unicorn and the dragon is at all. These pieces are real. All right. These are separate pieces that you're talking, but you have to play the extended game mode. Okay, so fair enough. Then I don't have an opinion on them, obviously. I have played Dragon Chess, which I quite like. But this is an entirely different thing. Queen Tactics 4, made in 2. Let's try to figure that out. Mate in 2. And the game, we're over here. We are black. Mate in 2. The best thing would be to mate him in the past, surely. And don't call me Shirley. Why are we not able to just travel into the past right now and kill him? Because this is turn 1. So if I put my queen here... No. No, not there. Okay. Mate in 2. Extended mode. Yeah, well, okay, that's fine. That sounds really cool. I'm gonna check it out, but not to put you down, but it's not. You're confusing me. Is the only problem. But it's fine. Now I know. That's good. Oh, and I deleted the chat over here. Whoops. I am not seeing how we would win this in 2 moves. I suppose... No. What if I just move down here? I think this would be the key. Coming down here first. Submit moves. He then time travels just to be a bitch about it. Alright. And the mate in 2 must be... on either board, right? Yeah, we didn't get any closer here. Why did I think that was a good idea? Okay. Ah. Yeah, oh, no. We don't have to take his king, we need to checkmate him. Yes, so you go... No. I want to put my king up here, but obviously that doesn't work. Oh, we can go to the past already, which may be the key. Huh. He does that same move. Why am I thinking... Oh, it's White's move over here. Which he doesn't have to move on, so that doesn't work. Time traveling then in the first turn here does not work. That's not how we do it. I'm probably gonna have to give a check. Usually in chess puzzles you have to give a check in the first turn to force certain moves. And so I think we are doing that here. Like that. And then if I wanted to checkmate him... Basically, if I leave the queen in that same spot, it's gonna threaten... Right now it can move here, but if it's standing in the same spot next turn again, it can move there, and he cannot do anything about it as far as I'm aware. So this must be a checkmate. And it was. Okay. This game confusing? Nah. I cracked it though. Did you see that? I did it, guys. I'm getting to know the queen a little bit better. It's not as complicated as I thought it was. It's only confusing if you think about it. A lot of people get confused because they make their things too complicated for themselves. Well, yeah. Can the pawn be promoted this turn? Oh, the pawn was already promoted because we are in the present. Can you do that again? Absolutely. So, the thing is, if you look at it here, my thinking was, if you go back 1 turn with the queen, this is 2 different turns we're looking at. If you go back 1 turn, you can move 1 space over, right? So if I wanted to checkmate this king over here, I would need to be either next to it in this turn, or in the next turn, be 2 turns away from it, two spaces. So if I placed my queen here, he's gonna capture it. But pretend he couldn't. If his king was down here instead, this would be a checkmate right here, because then from here, this position, you go 1 board back. Then, so that's, sorry, 1 board back, then 2 boards back, and that's a checkmate. So two turns back means 2 turns over, means a checkmate against the passed king, because the passed king cannot move. But obviously, they have prevented this by putting the king here. It would be the same there. 2 turns back means first 1 orthogonal, and then 2 orthogonal, diagonal into this same space. Again, that doesn't work. So how do we fabricate that situation? We could do that against this king by being in 2 turns, having it in 2 spaces away from it. So we make the first move here, which it doesn't result in anything immediately, but then if we leave the queen here, right now it can go 1 turn back into this space, and in the next turn it'll be able to go 2 spaces back and hit this space over here, which is exactly what it does. But in this turn that we're looking back here, the king is not there yet. So we need to pass the time. Just any other move with any piece would do it. I hope I explained that well. Manok is trying as well. What he did in the first turn, you put the king in check so he can't send the knight into the back. That's also a fair point. You give the check so that he doesn't have the freedom to do whatever he wants and make new timelines. Then after that, he can do any old move, and then he will put the king pass. You think you get it? Alright, we'll continue. That was understanding the queen. We don't have any more queen. Then the king tactics, made in 1. And I am black. I think I get it. Made in 1. We gotta put our king on one of the boards in a position where it can jump back, and it threatens either cross-dimensional or cross-time, threatens a mate that he cannot prevent. And I can move either on this board or on that board. From here, I can move over there, and that will result in a checkmate. Submit moves. Why am I not able to? Because this is not the present, so I have to move up here as well. Let me just try this. I have a feeling that doesn't work. You lose, in fact. Okay. I had the right idea, but I forgot about how this whole thing works. Here's another thing. If I move up here, this is gonna threaten me cross-dimensionally jumping, and puzzle complete. Why? Because the next move is gonna be, he's gonna do whatever. Just any old thing. Oh, and not only can I now take his king in the past over here, but I can take it in the next dimension over, or I can go to the future and capture this king over there. There was a few extra mates here that I didn't even see. Because in regular chess, a king cannot check another king without checking himself. But in 5-dimensional chess, it can. Yes. Did that blow your mind? Good, let's do another one. King Tactics 2, made in 1. Alright, very small board. This is the present. This is where we've got to move. No, I think we got to move over here. And in fact, that's gonna work. Yeah, because then from here, I can jump back to the past over there and take this king, and he cannot do anything about it. I just gotta make any move over here. Except he can jump to the future and take me out. Hold on. What? How do we prevent that then? Interesting. Under move. But he can do that no matter where I move up here. I can also time travel up here and in there. No, that's not gonna do it. This might do it. Now he can take my king out as well if I do this. No, oh, puzzle complete. What? Ah. No. Because this is the present, and he has to move in the present first. But if he moves up here... Oh, it's not gonna do it. Why can he not... He cannot pass all the way over here. It's a new timeline. I was thinking that he would be able to go back and take my king because it would be here, but no, it's one further down, which is kind of hard to grasp. Let's just pretend that I knew what I was doing here. And why is this a checkmate? Because when he moves here, I do what? I go up there and that hit that king. Yeah, obviously. Get away from the 2-king board. Is that possible? Yeah, sure. There's no limit or maximum to the amount of pieces or like kings on a board, which is the real silly thing. You can have 5 or 10 kings on the same board, or no kings in this case. I have no kings on that board now. Okay. Strategy chips. Attacking a king, past king is easier than attacking its present. History cannot be altered to change where the king was or allow another piece to block the attack. The attacker must be captured. Yeah, oh, the attacker must be captured. That's not true. You could intercept it in another time, like by coming... I'm sure I could have done that. I could have traveled back in time, created a new timeline, and then jumped a piece in to block the queen in that other timeline, right? Because it cannot travel through other pieces when going multiple spaces in time travel, I think. Anyway, I think we want to do another game, another full game, but I need to crack a bottle of wine or something, and then we'll see. I'll do a harder AI. A regular one. We were literally playing against the trainer AI, which is balanced and aggressive, strong. Okay. We'll do a regular one and see if I can beat a regular one, and then at some point I do want to explore the variants. Here's just unicorns and just dragons. I see. Interesting. Misc global warming. the global warming variant. I gotta click. What is this madness? Draw. Game ended draw. It's a draw. Everyone loses in global warming. Finish game. I don't know if that's... That will not block the route. Okay. Create a new... Oh yeah, it'll create a new timeline, not block the route. Right. Thanks, Manok. That's actually really important to remember. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and open a bottle of wine, and then we will do another game against the AI and see how poorly I can manage that. But as I said, I'll be right back. 5 minutes tops. I return. What you can do is create a new timeline, create a path of the piece that's putting your king in check, and then capture it. That's exactly what I did. And I'm proud to say that I figured that one out all on my own. But it took a little bit of work. And I think we were lucky that it lined up because we didn't have that many pieces out. But I was able to send my queen back and then fiddle around, put a knight in position to capture that queen. And we somehow made it through. Which probably wouldn't have worked against another player. Maybe it would have. But at least it's basically a bad position from that point on. Right. And then if he could send another piece back in time and prevent that knight from capturing that queen, he could create a new timeline where he once again checks my king. There's a hair stuck in my wine glass. God damn it. Got it. Alright. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. We'll play against a regular AI in a standard game. Looks simple enough when you look at this game. Can't undo that. Fair enough. Maybe you're right. Once you capture that piece, that's it. But what if he comes in... No, but what if... So, I created a new timeline where I then send a knight up to capture that piece. Now I can see how that can't be interrupted. Right. But he could travel back to the timeline where he's doing the check with another piece, thus creating a new timeline. And then at least there I will have a forced move to once again capture the queen. Which might give him some wiggle room. Probably not as much as I was thinking. Alright. Before we start, I wanted to shout out a friend of mine that I promised I would. He is as new to Crusader Kings 3 as I am to 5D chess. And he's been doing... he's not, because he's been playing, 60 hours or something in the past few days. And go sure to check him out. He's a really cool guy streaming Crusader Kings 3. Crusader Kings 3, sorry. Which I also am going to stream again at some point, but not today. We are streaming 5D chess. Maybe we'll go and raid him after the game here. Alright. He's also the host of the Mage Wars tournament that I'm playing tomorrow. You know what? I'd like to think that Mage Wars makes my brain hurt sometimes, but nowhere near what this game does. Alright. I'm black again. Fair enough. Let's play seriously this time. No fooling around. So, before I opened with this standard chess opening, and we have learned that that is a bad move. So let me think. Actually, I think this move is way better then, since it allows my queen to come out in case he moves this pawn, and then threaten his passed king. And I quite like that as a concept. Alright, so far only one timeline. Heck yeah. The standard chess opening is super dangerous. Yeah, it definitely backfired on me in that other game. Okay. So far I haven't lost the game. Heck yeah. The 3 pawns in front of the king are all that stand between it and future checkmate. Yeah. I can see that we have to be way more careful. It's really weird coming from a game where we had plus 10 dimensions at the end, and now looking at this. I know it's going to turn out the same way, and it is a 5-dimensional chess game right now, but my mind immediately goes back to this is pretty simple. This looks like a standard chess game right now. Which it definitely isn't. I can jump here, and then next move from that new dimension, we could jump up and take that pawn. But I think that's thinking too small. I don't know how to set myself up to victory. In a normal chess game, I know sort of the major plays that you can make towards setting yourself up for victory, right? But in this game, it's way different. After the stream here, I'm gonna go and check out the Discord that you guys would. I'm also on it, so I'm gonna go and check out the Discord and start reading a bit and see if I can pick up some tips. Because this game is way better than I thought it would be. By the way, this game was graciously given to me by one of our followers, Forgotten Star. He hasn't been around, which I'm sad, but I'm sure he will check out the stream later. He really wanted to see me play this and hurt my brain. And I hope if we do another stream, I would like to stream and play against another player in the next stream. So maybe I can get him on. That would be cool. Anyway, back to the task at hand. I'm putting it off because I don't feel safe. You also want to think, if I make just a good opening move, all future board states that are generated that aren't further back in the past than this will have that good board development, or vice versa, will have that risky board development if I make such a one. I like this move. This is developing my board. The knights are good to get out because they have these interesting cross-dimensional jumps. It's not blocking anything here. Yeah, I like that. So he develops his queen. Now, if this was a standard chess game, I would move my knight up here, threaten the queen, and this pawn over here, thus creating a fork, which is what I've been trained to call it. I don't know if it's the same in English, in Gaffi, på dansk, in Danish. I think it might still be good here. And again, all future board states that are generated later will have that same move. But just let me check that I'm not overlooking something really basic 4-dimensional. I love this mode, by the way. This is amazing. So you can basically, you can send it back in time to the first turn, thus creating an entirely new board state where you have a queen more than the opponent. But then in this timeline here, where I'm threatening stuff already, he will not have a queen. I don't think that that's necessarily a good move for him. My point being that when I do this move, usually in a normal chess game, the queen doesn't really have a good move. It can move out, sure, but it cannot really protect this pawn and be in a good position. Like up here, sure, but then it's not fixing anything. Here he can just send it back in time, which is mind-boggling. I'm going to try this. I think this is decent. And he does that move. Maybe mine here wasn't as good as I thought, now that I look at it. He can move up here. I can go back in time with my knight. Capture this pawn here. But I'm trying to not make new timelines. We've learned, someone said, Manok I think said it's a bad idea to make too many new timelines, and I think that's true. Especially, I haven't seen that inactive thing too much yet, but I can see how that could become a problem. I'm not super knowledgeable, but it feels like to me that the most important timeline will always be the prime one. And taking a piece of the prime timeline will be a disadvantage for who? Oh, you're moving one of your pieces out of the and the prime timeline is, as far as I've seen so far, important because it is the most center one, and the one on the fringes have fewer available moves. They will have to move into a timeline closer to the center, and the closer you are to the center, the more options you have. And so the prime timeline will always be the one in the middle. It'll be where most things happens, and the one that most time travel will happen towards because of that same reason. So of course it's super important. It also sets up the rest of the game. You really gotta focus on it. Now I'm thinking I want to go up here and then move the bishop up here later. But is that good? No. Isn't your future queen threatening your pawn on c5 now? That's helpful. The closer to the center of the timeline, the more move to zero. Yeah, in theory, I didn't feel like that the prime timeline was the. I didn't notice it particular, but in the previous game, I wasn't like focusing on the prime timeline as figuring. It didn't feel to me like I needed to know which one was the prime timeline of the ones that I was looking at necessarily. So it's not like you gotta focus all of your attention on it, but it does have, for sure, a little bit more happening on that specific one. And isn't a future queen threatening your pawn on c5 now? c5 here, there. A future queen. I'm not understanding what you mean, Lemrock. This queen, if I just do this move over here, we can click on this queen and see where it can move. And yeah, it moves orthogonal or diagonal or orthogonal to time. So it moves on this line or diagonally. It cannot move to where it is, at least right now, to c5. That will never happen. Not from here. But of course, future ones can end up here, sure. It would be maybe nice to just make, like, undo move. And this move here to cover that pawn. But then now we're talking about moving out from the king. Though this one is not that risky. Maybe I'm being too cautious, though. But his next move could be this pawn down there. And then that's not good for me. Then I need to have at least thought of a response. Oh, I do. If I move this pawn up, and he moves down here, then I move my bishop up there. Oh, he can just take that, but then I move my knight up here, giving him the check in the past here. In the future, this will be the past. And that's going to be great for us. He's going to have to move his king into a weird position, and I get the rook. But then his queen is down here, which I don't think is that big of a problem. I'm going to do this. And he subverted my expectations by double moving the pawn down. Not threatening my knight, but also preventing me from doing that same move that I was just talking about. So good on him. Interestingly enough, we are both abstaining from any kind of time travel shenanigans. Wouldn't it be fun if we just ended up playing out a whole game without any time travel? I think that would be ironically fun. I'm gonna move my bishop up here. It can be threatened, sure, but then I get to move it even further up, which I think will be an advantage. If he moves this pawn down, we might be in trouble. But then I could just time travel it from there up here, where it's in a interesting position of threatening the queen, which would then enable me this move if he doesn't move it into the correct position. I think leaving your knight where it is might be useful, so I should just covering it instead of moving it. It's already covered. Very proactive. Another thing to do would be moving this pawn up there. No. Well, he kind of blocked that line of his here with that pawn. Except this one can travel back in the past and hit that tile. But back then it was blocked. So that's not a problem. Right. That's not going to continue to be the case. In a few turns he could do it. I think this bishop move is the right thing. It's a knight. Sorry, like I said, I'm not used to talking about these pieces in English. So bear with me. Again, no time traveling happening there. Fair enough. I think this is good then. He did not prevent me from doing the thing that I wanted to do. Now I can take that pawn in the center field, and I'm threatening both the queen and the rook then, and that bishop in that position is covering this tile up here. We are getting to the point in the game where Kitchen usually starts making like terrible misplays in a normal chess game. Mannock says there's a number of openings around the king right now that can be exploited for a past checkmate from the future. I mean, it's just a fun sentence to say. This is also a move that is not viable right now, but as soon as this queen moves, we are looking at good opportunities here. I think this is a no-brainer. This is exactly what we need. We are gonna start prompting time travel from him, I think. At some point here. Except his board is way more developed, but I'm threatening key pieces here. I'm overestimating the rook, sure, and he can castle here, but that doesn't help. And if I take out the rook is still a good piece. This is my move. He just took it. Am I making terrible misplays here? No. Well, at least he's not stopping me here. And if we go into the past, now we gotta start looking at past opportunities. Look at this move. Look at that. Taking the queen in here and giving a check in the past. Okay. It's even better because the statement is true while also sounding funny. His queen is gone, it will not be coming back. No, but he could create a new timeline where he then has a queen, right? But obviously, eliminating it from this board state here, regardless, is a fantastic thing, because all time traveling having into this timeline from on here will spawn new timelines without his queen. He can go back to start new timelines with a queen, but then he's again taking pieces out of this timeline where he's already weakened. Still going from the prime timeline. Well, another queen could come back. But I know what you mean. This is definitely, I'm winning by just playing normal chess right now. They spent so much time building an AI that could play time travel chess that they neglected to play, make an engine that could play normal chess. There you go. I'm just gonna beat this one the good old way. I don't know. Usually I can't beat an AI, of course, because AIs can be insanely good at chess, but obviously here, some sacrifices needs to be made in the engine in order to enable the understanding of time travel in any sense. I don't know where we go from here. There's so many options. I can also give the check over here, I can't give that check, and this one doesn't really accomplish anything. And he's not threatening. Before I had that thing that he was always threatening my pieces from other side dimensions, but there are none of those right now, so I have more free reign than I felt like I had before. As far as the concept of time travel is, the guy who time travels first is at a disadvantage. I think we agree on that. I think I'm starting to see what you mean. And so I'm really trying not to. Which means I am leading on this board by almost an entire queen. I should just make a passive but good developing move that strengthens my position on this board and force him to make new timelines where I will then respond appropriately without screwing it up for myself here. So a casual, no, not casual, but careful move would be developing my bishop down here by opening up this line. I think that is the right play. The other thing we could do is move the queen up here and open up for castling down here, but this is sort of a weakened area. But this is going to weaken my other side a little bit. It's probably fine. Another pawn movement from him that doesn't actually really accomplish a whole lot. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up, Keechan. You got this. No, that opens up for his bishop, which is not what we want. We want it to be contained in behind here. This is actually a terrible position he's put himself in here, because it's going to take him a move to at least unfold it. So let it be. Yes, it is. I will move up here, which is way better. But we are opening up for that king. I'm really scared. You know what? This is probably the right move. Now we gotta move that knight. I mean, I can time travel if it results in a victory, right? So let me always at least consider it. And here we learn that I shouldn't, okay? But even without creating a new timeline, you can still do a pass checkmate. Yeah, sure. See, here, for example, he cannot take it with his king, because then this tile is actually covered by my other knight in the past. Not that it helps, because he's got another piece trained on it, but if he didn't have this bishop right here, I could move up here safely. I could just move back. We don't have a lot of good spots for this knight. What did it accomplish up here? I forgot why I moved it. I suppose one of the benefits of time travel chess is that I can see, alright, this was my whole queen trading thing. Have you considered taking the knight in front of his king? Yes. But then I am the one creating the new timeline. Oh, no way. It's covered by my own knight. I didn't even notice that. You know what? I'm going to take you guys' advice. That's actually a really good move. And we are creating... Now, by not traveling too far back in the past, we are creating more timelines where he does not have that... where I have the board state advantage, which I think is a big deal. Any moves that travel beyond beyond this point is going to be unfavorable for me, but anything beyond this, where I made the good trade, is going to be even better. And creating new timelines there is kind of fine. And this is a good move for sure, because we're also getting a knight in here. I hadn't seen, of course, that we were getting the coverage already. And it fixes the thread in here in the same breath. We'll do it. Alright. And that makes this the present now. He made a move. Another slow move here. Can we exploit having the extra knight in here now? Yes. Look at that. No. If I take that one, he jumps up. And then I cannot jump it over and take it in the past yet, because before that becomes available, he's gonna remove this knight. No, in the present. Oh, I don't know what you guys were talking about then. Sorry. We're over here. Trading knights. Trade knights. I guess I'm not seeing what you guys meant then. I thought for sure that move was what you guys meant. We meant NDX NE2. Wow, it's been a while since I did notation. Oh, knight. D on DX E2. Oh, you were gonna move that one up. I see. That's obviously the same. Not the same, but because they were both threatening that tile. But then... No, I like my move better, I think. Would the other one have been better? I can't tell. Regardless, we are doing really well. Oh, I have a free reign on this pawn down here. It's so surreal having the extra knight in here. I can also just trade it with this bishop, which might be better. But I'm getting another free pawn here. And it enables... It doesn't really enable anything. There's no big backlash, though I'm gonna do it. There. 3 knights next to each other. Okay, time traveling is happening. No, this is not time travel. This is just him jumping between dimensions. Not really accomplishing anything, though. He jumps from here to there. Again, not accomplishing anything, and not only that, it also leaves me with a perfect move up here. Alright. I have this one in the bag, I feel. Just gotta... The mantra is gonna be, don't fuck it up. There's a check here, which might be beneficial at this point. What's he gonna do? He's gonna have to move the king. And then I could time travel this piece, or just travel it... We don't want to create new timelines, but we could jump it over to the board without any major repercussions. It does cost you basically 2 moves to hop between 2 timelines, right? He spent his move on both boards, making that jump. Let the bishop take the knight, then take the bishop. Now there's one where you have 3 knights and one where he has 3 knights. The bishop... from the prim timeline can grab your knight now. Prim timeline. Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean, but that changed. Too bad white knights are rather far from the black king. Well, that's a good thing. Whose team are you on? Prime. Okay, I understood what you mean when I thought prim was maybe a fancy language of saying prime. This is going swimmingly. I can also jump in here. Hold on. Why does that create a new timeline? So there's two options here. One is to make this move, which creates no new timelines, but costs us both moves on both boards. I did not know that there was another option where you move on the first one first, and then because now this is the past over here, you can then create a new timeline by moving between them. Huh. That is interesting. But that's an inactive timeline. See how the arrow is black? Yes. Okay. I'm still not sure what the implications of that is, but I'm sure we will learn later. I'm not going to do this. I'm just fascinated by the fact that I just learned a new way to go about it, because I'm doing the same move with this one jumping in down here, but there's two different options. One is where I then deny my own move in here and accept the two timelines, or I create another one. And that means that before I thought, not that I thought I understood the game, but now I learned that I understand it even less, and there's even more options than I was beginning to think that I knew was in the game. Which is fine. We're definitely doing this move still, so the question is still what to jump with anything in here, if anything at all. We don't have to jump. We can just trade. You know, trading units when you are ahead is a good thing. So I could just trade knights in here and that would be just fine. Why wouldn't I? Like so. In the end, I'm gonna have a bigger advantage because of it. So I think, well, we're not being prompted to do it either. I can just develop my board. Like so. The other thing I was thinking about was this. No, that's not what I want. Well, this is what I want, and then I want to move this pawn up after, so he has to either capture there or go down here, making this immobile. And what does that achieve for me? Not really anything. It locks down this side of the board, which makes my king safe. And it's also a nice waiting move, I think. No, it blocks my own bishop here. It means the white player can just ignore that timeline, but I'm still not sure about the... I get that, but I'm not sure about the implications. So at some point it's going to open up again and become an active timeline when he creates a new timeline, right? And then the exact interaction there is something that I'll be looking forward to seeing. Okay, so here we understand what's going on over here. He was checked, he had to move. I get the rook, that's fine. Over here, he moved up. I'm starting to think that we might be getting close to something like a checkmate here. I can cover my own knight there, but I don't think it's necessary. This is again just developing the board to my advantage. No reason to do any crazy maneuvers. We are in control. This jumping down here is actually a really good position for him, I hadn't noticed, which we can block by moving one pawn, one up. No, it's not. If he moves this one down, I move up. No, because then he's taking my queen, and this is a bad spot for me to have a knight of his. I'm going to do that move here while we're capturing the rook on the other board. Oh, he could totally have used his bishop on this board to come down here and hit this knight, and I would not have had anything to do about it. He could have done that all the way over here. See here? I'm not covering this bishop here from this... Sorry, this knight here from this bishop here. Except, of course, it's covering something in its own time. I know that this is in the past now, but back in this turn, he could have instead of moving this and that, he could have moved the bishop down here. I think that would have been a better move for him. I didn't notice that he could. We have some dimensional travel. That takes up his entire turn. He moves this one bishop 1 to the left. That's an incredibly bad move. Why is he doing this? He leaves this board way open, which I suppose it was already. Like so. If the white player makes a new timeline, the present line will go back to the oldest unfinished timeline. Okay. Maybe the oldest isn't the right word. Well, it suffices. What are the faded leathers on the background? Oh, well. Oh, yeah, that's the... I'll say that it stands for level, as like level 0, then level +1, level -1. It might be something other than level, but at least the 0 is the, like Maniac is already explaining it, 0 is the prime, and then anything with a plus is what white has created, and anything with a minus is what I have created. Makes it really easy to see who created what timelines. Yeah. We can't see the lower right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I don't actually know. This is the first time I stream this game. I don't know if the camera is in a good or bad position here. I'm not sure where else it would be better. I can move it around, so if you have any suggestions in that area, you let me know. Maniac has never even seen his numbers before. Alright, fair enough. But it's that's the way to navigate the timelines. And I suppose if you have like a node system, this would be how you note which timeline you're talking about. Okay, good guys, thanks for the feedback. Alright, we are slaughtering this guy. By just playing, we're not playing conventional chess anymore, not really. We have moved beyond it by playing on 2 separate boards now. Here I can make a cool little move, like up here. What does it accomplish? Not a lot. So why are we doing it? I don't know. We're winning on the other board, capturing pieces, so I don't have to do a whole lot of work on this board. I just gotta play it cool and not fuck it up. He's pouring more pieces onto the prime board. Which is interesting. Because it leaves the other board relatively unguarded. Maybe we can set it up so I can move a piece from this board to maximize our damage. I don't see it really. No, but that's fine. I was thinking about castling here, which I think is still a decent idea. Yeah. I'm starting to think that I should trade this one here. If he attacks and I hit it, he's gonna hit it back. And that puts me in an awkward position. So it might be better to be proactive and just trade this bishop. It also, sorry, these knights. And that also ties up one of his moves here while I'm doing stuff on the other board. Okay. Better than anywhere left, probably, because then you'd time travel. Are you talking about the camera again? Alright. See, I can make some interesting setups right here. On this board, we should obviously just capture the rook and strip him of his pieces. But over here, look at this open position on this board. I'm sure I could position something on this board over here to threaten him on the other board. Like we could start thinking about simply traveling in the the queen on this board. Like moving it up here first threatens this piece. In this board, and also a few other things on the other one. I'm not so sure. There's also the castling to the other side here. But this is a decent move. He's got way more pieces on this board here, so I gotta be a little bit careful. But the queen is powerful. I'll move it up. It's also kind of cool, right? Because I have 2 queens right now, and he has 0, where we're playing anyway. He needs to go way back in time if he wants to get queens again, which is not going to happen at this point, I think. That was an interesting development. What about over here? He just moved a pawn. Okay. These knights that we have here. This rook can totally take... These rooks can just take my knights. Look at that. He's not even thinking about that. What? If I do this and do that, he can just take my knights. Why hasn't he done those things? Okay. Clearly this AI is not as strong as I was expecting. Which is fine. It's hard to make a chess engine in the first place. It took them many years to make one that could beat... well, any human. But still. For this game, it's even harder, obviously, and it's understandable. This is a viable move on this board. I'm thinking about evacuating my knights here so that we don't lose them. But I honestly think that it's going to be tricky. If I move this one out, it's threatened here. Move this one over there. Oh, that would be safe, wouldn't it? I can just trade it with this knight. If we keep trading pieces, and I'm taking one piece on the other board here. Oh, now we're creating new timelines. That's not what I wanted. No. But he can just take my knights. Both of my knights here are, in theory, threatened. Not so much this one over here. Because if he moves this rook away... No. Am I putting this queen in danger here? No, he hasn't got anything on this board. You would think I would be winning more. I need to develop my queen over here and get it into the fray to help with the butchering. If I could check him on this board, it would make him not able to... Oh, hold on. Undo that move. What move was I doing? I can do this move here, is what I'm thinking. And then over... What was I doing before? I was taking this pawn. But this pawn might be better. This queen can travel between boards and now threaten that king. Opposite order than you learned. Opposite in order to trade knights. I'm not sure what you mean, Lembrock. But I think what we learned before is that the rook is not worth as much as the knight. So him taking one of these, even if he ends up losing the rook in the long run, would be a good move. I think this is the right thing to do. Over here. And this one is more tricky. I'm not so sure. I can threaten the king here, and then he can just take it. Yeah. So obviously that doesn't really work. It takes up both of his moves for the turn. We could dimensional travel them. Again, it doesn't really achieve anything. Maybe I've just made a bad move there. But I could develop the queen. We might lose one of the knights. I feel like we will. But we've taken a lot of pieces. I think it's gonna be okay. Develop the queen, get it into the fight. I can start giving checks on one of the boards, which is gonna be pretty good. He did not do any of the good moves that I was recommending. The AI should really listen to me more. So here I can take the rook now, but we learned that the rook is not worth as much as the bishop, so that's not a good idea. I'm gonna give the check over here. He cannot take it from the other board, so he's gonna have to react. And that gets the queen into position up on this board. And I still have this move to take this pawn, also threatening that knight. Why do I feel so naked? I feel like I should be way more ahead. But I don't feel like I am. Scratch that. Huh. Is this a checkmate? At least I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna force some dimension travel here if I do that move. Bishop in here. It's covered on my board here, and this king will not have any choices. So on this board, it's gonna be super great. On the other board, am I losing anything here? There's also something else to consider. The tiles that are covered by my pieces on the other board are also safe for my queen to go to. It would be covered, at least against the king. Now that it can reach any of those. I could just take this knight as well, which I don't... Oh, no. It's covered by the bishop in here, which we can then counteract by giving a check on the other board in the same turn. Like so. Because then he can't move and take my queen on the other board while... Yeah. And that knight cannot easily be taken... It can be taken by the king. But maybe that's fine. Yeah, then I have checkmate if he does that. No. Damn it. Maybe yes, maybe no. But I'm trading what, a knight then for the bishop at worst. Which is probably a fine enough trade. Since I was losing these knights anyway. But maybe I have something better. Bishop covers quite a bit, yeah. They really do. Yeah. That's a decent move, I think. The one we had there. Can we do better though? Is that... Oh, that's the same thing I was doing. This stupid bishop here is really in the way. We could do with some proper music in the background of this game. There's like this slow, dull hum of the reactor core. I don't know if you guys can even hear it. Oh, it's pretty loud. Yeah, okay. Let me... enable ambience. Does that do anything for you guys? It feels weird now that it's gone, but I don't feel like that actually contributed to the game. If we play this again on stream, I will look into finding some music that is okay to stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, which is going to be tricky, because I have never done that before, but surely there must be some. Oh, but I like that ambience gone. That helped out a lot. Did not realize how annoying that was. There's also this move, by the way, which is a checkmate on this board. He can escape, but that's going to take up the move on the other board as well, and I get a move on that board in the same turn. Hold on. And this is already covered. He can send it into the past here, which is not really super great. It's going to create a new timeline where he's getting murdered. And up here, it's going to result in... Well, it's going to be tricky for me to make a checkmate out of that. Except, I can do this move in the same turn. And so now, this does not look really viable for him. Oh, can he... He can move and take my queen in that same turn. Is that really right? Yes. Huh. Good thing I checked. So obviously he's going to do that, or at least that would be the obvious move. So we can still do this, but we got to do something else on the other board, which would be to take the rook. If he comes in here, he cannot take the bishop. Well, he can, but then I move my queen up. No, because it's covered by the stupid bishop. But I can take the bishop and do the death move up here in the same turn, but then my queen is not covered. This is still a good move. It's going to force some sort of time travel shenanigans from him. So then I could just take my time and threaten a bit. Oh, the bishop here is threatening my rook. I didn't even notice. And he moved halfway to my bishop instead of taking my stupid rook. What? Okay. Well, if we play against the AI again, obviously I need to take the next level. Yeah, this was the previous board state. He could have taken my rook. How long has that been going on? Ever since he moved up here, he's been able to take my rook. Then I took a pawn, and he could have taken my rook. Then he moved his bishop instead. Oh, sorry, his knight. And I moved up and took a pawn, and he could have taken my rook, and he didn't. He just moved halfway. Okay. Yeah, it was like a rumbling wind. YouTube says, Jakob Neumer Eugenio, welcome to the stream, sir. We are playing 5-dimensional chess, and it looks like we're winning, but I'm definitely not making perfect plays, because I didn't even realize that we were losing this rook. This is the classic Kitchen chess, is completely overlooking that the opponent can take one of your pieces, and then you start losing the game, but we weren't punished for it in this case. I can just move it away. Doesn't really accomplish anything. And you know what? This stupid bishop can come in here and take my queen, so we cannot do that check move. God damn it. I am losing my mind. Let's trade some pieces. Like that, and then... Oh no, this is where my rook is threatened. So here. No. Here. Or we can move it up, which I think is better, yeah. And then on the other board, both of my knights are still threatened, so... Didn't I have another check here? Or was that... No. This is kind of an interesting move, but it's gonna... We don't want to time travel right now, or dimensional travel right now. I could put up another... No. Let me make this pawn move in here. We gotta get rid of these 2 pawns. They're sort of blocking my whole attack strategy here. So this is a damage control turn, where we are not losing the rook in here. We're not being threatened anywhere up here anymore, and the same down here. Did I just lose a queen? What happened? He dimensionally traveled. Is stupid. That's why he moved the bishop into that position, was to threaten my queen, and I didn't see. Fair enough. I got outsmarted after complaining all the time about the AI. Such is life. Is there any redemption here? Nope. Well, I deserve that. That was a rough turn. Crap. At least it left the other board. Can I... Oh, I can come in here. Which again is just going to prompt these bishops, man. The bishops are getting better and better every time I see them do something. I can take this pawn. I don't think there's any repercussions. Again, he can still take either one of my knights anytime he wants. But now I'm at least threatening the bishop here. We want to kill bishops, apparently, because bishops are my worst nightmare. I can't believe I just lost a queen. Thinking I was about to lose a rook. I could have just moved that queen. It wouldn't have been that bad of a move either way. God damn it. Alright. And now he moved this bishop up here. Which prompts me taking... So, is there a reason why he did that bishop move? Let's try to figure it out. Where can that one go from up there? If I just do a passing move. Like, am I overlooking something here? No. Okay. At least not in that specific area. Okay, so I'll take this bishop. Get that off the board. There's no immediate threats then. Okay, good. And then... Don't fuck it up. I already did. Don't fuck it up even more. Come up here, slow progression. I don't have a lot of stuff on this board. And I lost a queen on the other one. Queen can come in here. But if I do that, can this pawn then take the queen? Yes. Thought so. Oof. I feel like I should win this one. taking this rook is a good move. No, it's with the bishop, which we've learned is a super great piece. So I don't want to trade them. But that rook can just go and take my stupid knight. Stupid, stupid. We can make this move. Which is going to open up my king side. But that I don't think is a big problem. The first thing to look at is, are we losing the queen? No. We're taking a bishop. He's gonna take a knight. He can anyway, but might not. He didn't. Okay. Grab a pawn over here and I grabbed a pawn over there. Alright. We would like to respond. What about this? I can come in here and check him. Which is also going to check him in the past, and it might actually be checkmate. Except we learned before, and it's going to be the same thing. This pawn can come in and take it. No. Because we've already passed that point. But this is an inactive timeline. Why does that create a timeline? Because it's time travel. We're going back here. Not. What if I go here then? No, but then he can still move this one in and take my queen out right away. Yeah. Right? No? No. Huh. No. Okay, I still don't understand the pawns clearly. Is that what we're doing? We could threaten that mate. Which I think it would be. Unless he does some time travel shenanigans. Because he can't move the past king. And as far as I can see, he is not able to take my queen with anything. I will go with it. He's time traveling. Hoping to intercept it somehow later. Interesting. If I move anything in here, he can take the queen. He's doing it. He is doing it. Fascinating. So if I take the yeah, why wouldn't I? Because then it can be taken, but he's got to respond with something else. He can't take that queen from here. Well, he literally can't. It's impossible because this turn has already been processed. I think we've got him. Right, that's at least one option, is to take it here, and then he will need to find more ways to respond to my other queen. I don't think he can do it. And I don't see what else I would do in here. I need to stop him from moving over to that timeline and taking my queen back. Yeah. Oh, but he's time traveling again. Alright, so this created a new timeline then, that if I move this one, how does this prevent the checkmate? I don't know that it does. Interesting. How does this help? And I could check you up here. Over here. Yeah, he doesn't change anything down here. He made a new timeline up here. I don't see how that changes anything, sir. So bot. It cannot come down here and disrupt my attack. And if I give him a check here, what can he do to respond? He can send this king in up here. Oh, you know what? This king can probably travel somewhere. But I'm checking a past king, am I not? Why am I not able to check his moves? Usually we can check. Alright. Okay. Is that the move that I want to do in here? Giving that check is fine, but it's not technically necessary, I think. And in fact, coming up here is going to threaten a checkmate in another spot. Yeah. But it's also under threat by another piece. Man, there's so many layers, I can't. This threatens checkmate through me jumping to this king. But this bishop here can't move and take it, right? Because there's already been a move on this board. I think that might be the better move here. Okay, submit. Black wins. That's 2 games of 5-dimensional chess. This time we only created 4 total timelines. And the 2 last one was only like panic created by him trying to fix my checkmate. There you go. We've had 2 for a while, since turn 11 up to turn 22. 21, where a new timeline was created. Okay. That was an interesting game. There was a few times where I was complaining about the AI, and because I didn't really understand what he was doing, but clearly he had some things in mind. Finished game. Timeline Strategos? Strategos? No way. This is not Stratego, it's Stratego, okay. Forfeit. Timeline Battleground? What? Interesting. So you start with 3 timelines. New ones can surely be created right away. What else do we have in here? Excessive. Oh, here we have one of the new special pieces. We have the unicorn, and this must be the dragon then. I see. And I still don't know what they do. Some of the guys were talking about that in chat. Just dragons. Focused, just dragons. Wow. That seems like a sort of boring game mode. Okay. What else do we have? Checkmate practice for knight, bishop, rook, queen, pawns. Okay. I still don't understand global warming. It's a draw. Game ended. This must be like a joke mode. I don't see... There's no winners in global warming, I think. Timeline invasion. Oh, so you have to cross timelines in order to even get anything done in this game mode. Huh. Alright, and Misk Small. Nah, bigger is better. Very small. Excessive. This one might be interesting. It's still a smaller board, which I don't like. But of course, since you travel, you'll have multiple timelines going on. What is this? Reflected standard. Huh. Reflected standard. I don't know what that means. Well, we are done for the day. Oh, there's public matches up here, custom matches, local matches, private matches. Oh, enter your passcode. Oh, you made the passcode out of your pieces. That's nice. Alright. If we do this kind of game again, like this specific game again, 5D chess, then I would love to find an opponent. So, no promises. Otherwise, we could do another stream with more puzzles. This was definitely way more fun than I had thought it would be. Again, thanks to Forgotten Star for gifting me this game. This was a very welcome gift. Yeah, I gotta try out some more of these various puzzles for sure. But for now, Jawaffa wants to see me play versus Felix. Well, if you know, so this is an open invitation to Felix. You don't have the balls to come and play and with me in time travel chess. I'm hoping that he takes up that challenge. So you send the word. He said he wanted to play some board games with me on board game Tabletop Simulator anyway. So this is another board game that we could play. That would be fun. Well, you can play with me, Jawaffa, if you want. I'll take anyone. I just want to... Playing against AI is always a little bit weird. They make weird moves, weird inconsequential moves that I don't understand. Playing against a player of any... I don't care about skill level. I love getting trashed in games like this, but it's also fun teaching new players. So, no matter who takes up the challenge, I'll be happy to play you. And with that out of the way, I gotta make a mental note to find some proper music, because this is not background music, ambience. Nah. The clicking sound is fine, but I don't want. And it does get a little quiet in chess. I like having music when I play chess. Credits created by Connor Peterson. One person. Well done. And there's a Discord that you can join if you're interested in 5D chess. Apparently people are talking about strategies in there and such. And there's an easy button and it's easy to find here. Go and check it out if you're interested in 5D chess. And then with that out of the way, I will say thank you guys as always for watching. And I'll go and end the stream because I am getting a little bit tired and I'll have a tournament game in Mage Wars tomorrow, which will not be streamed. It'll be recorded and go up on the YouTube channel. So see you guys around.